now, he's very tied to Ultimate Hunter as the rune, right? Because most Kennons have been doing the electrocute setup where you go you run Ignite, you have a Doran Blade, and he's pretty oppressive in lane. He's kind of a ridiculous laner. And then, yeah, as you get to late game, your ult just has no cooldown. You're just spamming every single fight. But if I was a Kennen player and I saw this nerf, I'd be super sad. That's going to be rough for him because I don't think he builds a whole lot of haste in his normal build. He usually goes Gunblade, Shadow Flame, and then more AP stuff. So he's really just going to be relying on the ulti hunter to get that down from 2 minutes. So that is going to feel bad.
This almost feels to me like it's like a precursor to like a mini like reshaping or rework, where it's like if you're going to take that much off of the ultimate, I feel like they're going to try to put more power into the basic abilities. That would be my guess, because that nerf on the ultimate just seems way too insane for a champion that is entirely based late game around finding a good ultimate.
And it could also be them saying, all right, if you want to do the new Gunblade, then you're going to have to pay a bigger cost. Because they're like, well, if you go, the proto belt, the old like proto belt start and try and get like, are they trying to force people to build more haste and ultimate haste? Because that can be a way of like reshaping it where it just makes you reallocate your resources as a change in power, because now you're going to have to spend more gold in a different place. But yeah.
Time for some support Kennen. Bring back the Callista Kennen so we can go Zeke's. So we can get some CDR.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind Kennen having to build a little bit more CDR, because I don't know how much you guys have played against Kennen when they get going and they have the Shadow Flame and stuff, but he'll kill you in under a second with his ultimate from full. It is shocking. Okay, that's a bad pun and unintended, but it is actually really shocking how fast he kills you. I couldn't think of a better word.
Yeah.
I tried. But yeah, it's crazy. So he'll still have the damage, just not as often. So yeah, still not going to feel great. But I think that's touched on most of the changes. Zach's getting nerfed, which I never like to see. He's been my mid laner. When I'm filled mid, I just pick Zach. It's pretty cheesy, but it's a good time.
I would say, as much as I got your back, Zach has been good in like 4 roles for quite a while. So it might be deserved.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting to see how much of a difference this makes. I don't feel like it's gonna push the needle too much. I just, out of curiosity, was counting for jungle 2, where you had to go down to find the first AP champ. I'm not counting Malphite because Malphite builds tank, right? I'm not saying that.
Okay, he's split damage.
So he is AP.
So you can.
He actually does a lot.
There's a lot of rocket Malphites.
I know he does magic damage.
Well, there's also a lot of rocket Malphites in solo queue that will build AP.
All right. Well, I'm just talking about pro play.
Yeah.
He's the only AP champion in the top 20 in pro play. You have to go down further to.
He's mixed. His W's fizz.
Yeah.
True.
Well, and I mean, it's just like when I say like AP, I'm thinking someone like who's building like building a lot of AP. Obviously, there are champions that deal mixed damage and magic damage and stuff that are in there.
I mean, mid and jungle are always tied. With their
what was the
typings.
champion?
That was full AP?
Yeah.
There was like Diana.
Okay.
As a few picks, but it's outside of the top 20. It was like, I don't know, 23rd or 24th or something like that. But basically, yeah, there's 0 AD mids except for Yone, and there's 0 AP junglers in pro play. So yeah, it's just that's something I would like to see changed, because I've just been noticing that more and more as we're going further in the season. I'm like, yeah, it's just every game is just tier list. You just go down and makes drafting pretty boring, I think.
Yeah,
that's pretty fair.
Mid and jungle are always kind of tied together in that aspect too.
Yep. Make jungle great again. Bring back some APs. Where's my fiddlesticks?
It is tough in a way because of how drafting works, because you're always going to have to blind pick something, right? And top lane, you generally don't want to blind unless it's Renekton or a tank, but eventually run out of those. And then bot lane matchups could be pretty sharp. So a lot of times it does end up being the jungle that's blinded, and then mages are kind of stable. So it makes sense, but I totally agree with you. It would be sick if we could see some assassins in pro play. Yeah. Imagine pro play if the meta is Zed versus Kiana, Talon, whatever. Basically just taking solo queue and putting it in pro play. That'd be fun, because honestly, there were times, it's super long ago at this point, but season 4, Samsung White's World Skin was actually Talon, which is kind of crazy to think that Talon mid was being played in pro, but It's happened before. Maybe it can happen again.
I even liked the Akali Silas meta that we had, and that wasn't even
Me too.
That wasn't that long ago.
That was like G2 era.
Yeah,
and they had Pike solo lane.
And it was a little taste there. So maybe we could get Zeka on the balance team next.
There you go. Yeah. No, I just think it's fun. Like, and I don't care that it's every game or anything. I just want, like, come on, there's got to be something in the top 20 that's an AD mid laner outside of Yone. Like, let's be real. Something is wrong, I feel like, if you can't have like any champions being picked even 5% of the time, right? It's just like, I don't know. I just think that would be cool to see. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back to talk about this Super Week that's coming up. It's going to be Super Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We are back in the Riot Games Arena. Get your tickets now, and we'll see you there.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it!
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh, no, not already.
Welcome back to The Dive, driven by Kia. Let's talk about the games coming up on Friday. Yes, I said Friday. It is going to be Team Liquid Alienware playing up against DSG. This is a lower bracket match, so pretty scary for DSG, but also for TL. I mean, I think people are still talking. Every pro I talk to is still telling me, yeah, like TL and Lyon, they still think they're top teams based off scrims. So like that obviously, is one factor, but DSG on stage has looked pretty good. So it's going to be kind of, I don't know. It's a lot of pressure on both teams, I feel like.
Definitely. And at some point, if you're Liquid, don't you just want to stop the we're doing really well in scrims narrative? Because that has followed them around for so long. And I don't know if there's ever been a time where that has helped a team. I think that is almost a curse. Definitely a curse, I'll say. Because no one is sitting there saying, T1's won Worlds 3 times in a row, but the Scrim God team, right? I don't want to play against T1 in scrims. I want to play against Liquid in scrims. So just being a successful scrim team doesn't actually seem very good unless you're also successful on stage. So I feel like I would want to downplay that if I was someone in that situation. But obviously Liquid should be super hungry coming into this, since a lot of people in this room put them number 1 on their preseason power ranking. And now they barely made it into playoffs. So
that's their real motivating factor, is that it's like, we got to do it for Kobe and Azael. People will flame them for their dive power.
These
rankings.
guys look like idiots. We got to do something. Team Liquid, come on.
No, I mean, it's funny. Like, I hear what you're saying about the scrims, but also when they were owning, like when they were considered, best team in the West, and like, doing well against some of the Eastern teams, having some competitive series and stuff, they were also doing really well in scrims. And one thing I will say is a benefit to having that reputation is that you can get scrims with the top Eastern teams.
that's a good point.
So I think that, like, at least as far as you have to get to international to be able to scrim them, but if you have that reputation, then you can scrim against the Gen Gs and the the T1s and get practice against those teams, which can be beneficial. But yeah, I mean, TL at this point, I don't feel like TL is even the ones peddling the scrim rumors. It's just when I talk to other people and I ask about, like, oh, like what are your power rankings, or what is this, or like who are you really scared of? Every pro team is still saying, yeah, like TL and Lyon are still really scary. And when I talked to Sven on pros, I mentioned this last week, and I was like, oh, if you could have picked the lower bracket teams, would you? No, they still think that they're the better teams, even though they are in the lower bracket, because when you're a pro player, 90+% of your practice is scrims, not stage games, right? So like if you play TL and they beat your butt every day, and you beat them one time on scrims, you're still going to think they're a good team, right? Like it's hard, I think, for teams to kind of get out of that mindset, but clearly they're struggling on stage.
And I don't think that TL have washed away many fears with the recent games that we've seen, because while they did win their little tiebreaker thing at the end with Dignitas, that was such a back and forth game. And that was the one that we were did we discuss this already when we were talking about the
Nico bait?
the Nico bait and stuff? And so you gotta wonder,
baited.
would they even would Team Liquid have even won that game if FBI wasn't like, I'm gonna bait this Nico ult, and his teammates were like, yeah, I'm gonna bait it with you type thing. So like, that was really close. And so what I guess I'm trying to gauge people's confidence level now.
Pretty low.
Yeah, because it isn't like, oh, we had these crazy scrim rumors, everybody's super high on them, and then like they started out kind of some rough stage games, but then they ironed out the issues or fixed everything. It doesn't seem like it is in changing.
Yeah, no, it hasn't yet. I wanted to mention, because good thing you brought up the FBI thing, because that was from a Cloud Sadecki interview, and I forgot to mention that last week. So I wanted to mention that now. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't feel like my confidence has increased in them at all. Like they haven't really shown us that much yet on stage. They looked really nervous in that game against Dig. Like you said, yeah, they won, but like they barely scraped by. And even with a really advantageous position, they then like had Quid get caught, and then they're opting into a 4v5, which was the exact same issue that they had like way back before against Cloud9. Like when I think back to week 1, where they opted into a 4v5 against Cloud9 when Quid wasn't even there, and like completely the game blew up and then just instantly ended. And so they seem to take these really weird fights where it is like, yeah, I don't know if it's just overconfidence where they just always are slamming everyone every day in scrims. So there's like, yeah, like I win these all day, and then they just take them on stage and they doesn't work, or if it's just nerves or what is going on. But they clearly have not gotten it together yet. Does not mean that they can't. Obviously, like they have very, very strong individual players, but no, I mean it's kind of scary going into this. And DSG, I think at the same time, is probably going to be pretty frustrated that they lost their series, because like they came off of a 5-game banger against Sentinels, where had they won that, they're guaranteed to at least go to America's Cup, if not first stand. And now you're going into the bottom, and you're going to be playing against this team that is like known as like this real big threat. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, I think that puts a lot of pressure on DSG to try to like continue moving forward, but also TL. If you lose here to DSG, it's like that is rough, because their expectations, not even just for the players, but like org side, the expectations for TL are always really, really high, right? And changes get made on this roster and on this org like really fast if stuff doesn't go well.
Yeah, definitely. And I would still favor Liquid looking at it, because while I've been pretty impressed with DSG, I do think their series against Sentinel kind of left something to be desired from me. Not just because they didn't win, but
it left a support to be desired.
Lions had a very rough series, absolutely. And I also think some of their drafts were a little bit sketchy to me. So even in, what was it, game 3, where they played their Ivor Nasus comp, when I was watching that game, I feel like they should have lost this game super early once they fell behind. And I think Hambach just kind of free threw this one back to them by getting caught repeatedly in extremely questionable ways. Because looking at that team comp, you have 0 magic damage threat on your team, and you're relying on Yone Nasus to win team fights against Kennen, Wukong, Victor, Yunar. Basically all of Sentinel's team comp is this explosive AoE team fight comp, and you're expecting Nasus and Yone to be able to operate. So I thought it was a legitimate miracle / criminal throw by Sentinels that DSG were actually able to pick up this win, because I think just stylistically, these two comps, I don't think DSG's comp should really ever win that game.
I mean, we saw a lot of like that example. I also feel like, to be fair, I think DSG just wasn't even that coordinated in a lot of the times when they were taking fights earlier. And Call Me had a horrendous Yone game. Like Call Me basically did nothing the entire game until I think about the last 2 fights. Once he completed his IE, he had some contributions in the fights, but it wasn't just a Lions bad series. That game 3 specific, I think, was interesting because obviously Senna and Nasus like scale through infinity. The game went long, I think thanks to some mistakes maybe from Hambach getting caught and thanks to some mistakes on the other side. And then you do end up in this situation where we have this really late game fight, which ended up being kind of like a game deciding fight where Castle has like 750 stacks or whatever on Nasus and Senna has 100 and something stacks and whatever. And like they hit this point where the fight starts, so many tools were actually spent not on Castle, and then Castle can get in and like get a ton of damage out.
He's doing like 900 damage Qs for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And in all the previous fights where he would TP in, he'd TP in kind of and be like the fight would already be lost. And everyone would just like CC him and he would never move and then he would die, right? Which is kind of like, that's kind of how Nasus looks a lot of the time. But this one was a weird one for me, like in general for the DSG side, just because Lions had, I think, one of the worst support performances I've ever seen in the best of 5. Like, he was horrendous. And he's the only one who had playoff experience on their team going into it, right? So you would think, oh, he's going to be like the more stable guy. And I also feel like prior to this series, he had played pretty darn well for them. I thought he was like a really pleasant surprise. I thought he was actually doing quite well for the team. But the other 4 players had 0 playoff games in their career played. So you come in, Lions is having a horrible, horrible series. The Blitz game, he hit 2 hooks in lane. I legitimately could not remember another hook that he hit the whole rest of the game.
That was a rough Blitz game.
He was completely useless. The Bard game, he was actively griefing his team multiple times. Like, we
bring up the clip.
We bring up the clip. I mean, the Elder fight is the one that everyone remembers, where it's okay. The game 5, it's coming down to the Elder fight. I think they were going to lose anyway, to be fair, but
it's a funny way to go out, though.
It's a horrible way to go out. Castle throws down Equalizer on their back line. Cry returns on Sejuani, throws out the Sejuani ult, and then in comes the Lions Bard ult and just immunes them both. And it's like, GG, I guess. Like, he had some really weird stuff, and then they had this this play on top lane as well, where Call Me was playing Tristana that game, and he was like knocking down the tower, and the tower had like, I don't know, 5% health or something, like a couple autos, right? And it looked like he just wanted to kill the tower and then try to pull off a dive, and Sentinels are responding, and Lion's just like ults the tower, and so he can't hit the tower, and so Call Me's just like kind of standing there like, do I leave? Like, do I stay? Like,
I thought Bard was in my team.
Yeah, like what's happening here? And then they had that play. There was also another river fight down on bot side river where he like misplaced the tunnel.
Oh yeah, the shortest tunnel ever.
It was like, it's like a 1-inch tunnel. So at first I thought it just expired, but then I realized it was just placed that badly. Like, such a flash to just get in this tunnel that he thinks is gonna save him, and you move 1 inch and then you die. It was like, it was crazy. Like, these games were horrible from Lions. But I also think Call Me had a good Akali game. His Yone game, he did absolutely nothing.
The Ari game, he did a lot of dying.
The Ari game, he got sprinting
armed.
it. He was absolutely sprinting it. The Tristana game, it wasn't great either. And I like, it was interesting to me too, because I was coming into this thinking all Darkwings can play is control mages. Like, surely if it goes to game 4, game 5, he's going to be the one getting pinched. But in game 5, he blinds Hui, and we're picking Trist into it. I used to play a lot of Trist mid. I love that. That is not a good matchup at all. Every time you rocket jump, you just get feared for free. Like, and if you can't go aggressive into these control mages on Trist, you can't win. You just get poked down, right? Like, and generally you get outscaled. You know, maybe the thought process is like, oh, I just kind of like farm and push, and then maybe I can out team fight you later, because like Trist can be a good team fighter. But I thought Call Me didn't have a great series. Kryra also. I mean, again, it's like, he played 1 series with them prior to this, and it's his first playoff game. So like, these are more expected. But Kryra, I think, definitely had some pretty rough moments. I don't think he was like, horrible by any means, but I did feel like Sajed and Castle were playing quite well in almost every game, and I felt like the other 3 at times were more up and down, and Lions was like only down.
Yeah, I was gonna defend Kryra a little bit by saying when he was on Sedge, I don't blame him for what happens. I blame whoever put him on Sejuani, because I'm actually a fan of Sejuani. I thought she was fun to play in pro, but this champion is so bad. She is so trash. I don't know why you would pick her in a game you're trying to win.
And well, also with your solo laners that are a Rumble and a Trist, if you're going to pick it, and you're picking it with something that is like super quick auto attack reset or something, and you play the synergy, at least you can argue that then, right? At least you can say, well, you're using the synergy of the kit. But
and they had their only melee on the team was Rumble, who doesn't even auto attack.
That's what I'm saying. There's no argument for the synergy.
Yeah, it was a really wild Sejuani angle. I'm not really sure what the rationale was.
So forgive him for the Sejuani, but what about some of these invades? He just is doing these invades every game. It was the same thing he did in the previous series where he was dying, but it was like, you look at the Mundo game where he's just like kind of doing these like
the wolf invade.
He did this wolf invade, and he's died of that wolf invade like 3 times in like 5-6 games. Like he walks in and it feels like, I don't know if their thought process is we just need to play it better and like this should work. It's the correct play. We just aren't executing. Maybe that's the thought process. But you talk about like getting behind as a jungler and how difficult that can make it. Well, that has happened to them multiple times. And to my recollection, it happened to them twice in this series. It happened to them in the previous series as well, where they're going on these invades and it doesn't even feel like it's close to working.
Yeah, the first one in particular, he had no respect for who he. Okay, a lot of people understand who he is a heavy roaming support and likes to go make these plays. And he goes for the invade after just pushing out the enemy jungler a little bit. Like he's not even that low. He just pushed him out of the jungle. And then who he stays on the top side and they clap him super easily and it just looks turbo int. But I guess for that one, at least you argue something about support tracking. But
yeah, so
still not.
But like,
if I recall correctly,
what are you seeing? Like, there's no vision, there's no anything. Like,
so
wasn't there a fight right before that where both supports were? And I think Lions left. If you go back a little bit, I'm pretty sure there was a fight before this that led him to thinking that this was an okay play. If he didn't stay, it actually would have been fine.
Highlights. I'll have to pull up the full.
Yeah, if you go back to the original thing, because that doesn't show the beginning. Yeah, because what you're talking about, there's a fight before, both supports are at it. He pushes the enemy jungler out. His support leaves.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, my support, or their support left also. But who he doesn't leave, he stays around.
They also did it in the Bard game, though. They did the same thing in game 5 and just walked in and died, too. And it was like that game they had support there first because they had the roam from Bard, which I guess was maybe their thought process was like, oh, like we're gonna have first move, so like this is gonna work out because of that. But both games, I think that was rough. I felt like he was pretty disjointed from the rest of the team in like a lot of different situations. So this is, again, it's like, I get it. It's his second ever pro series. It's his first ever playoff games. I'm not trying to flame him, but it was just, I don't think it's fair to say it's only on Lions because I was seeing a lot of that. I think Lions had a horrendous series. Like I said, I think it's one of the worst support series I've seen. But it's not just on him. I thought Call Me had some really horrible games, and I thought Kara had some pretty bad games too. This is the previous thing you were talking about, where they had both supports roamed and they were kind of fighting at Scuttle, and then he tried to invade after this.
Right. So I actually think this play from Cryer is pretty reasonable. You know, you push out the top side quite heavily. Impact can't fight. Vi is fully pushed out of the jungle. In this situation, I think they just saw Vi smite Crab as well. It does make sense to invade here. It's just who he's still being in the bush and seeing him kind of ruins this.
Yeah, which is like, to be fair, he
was literally right there.
He was there, and you should be tracking support, which is why I was kind of like, I was kind of.
It does. Obviously, it's a mistake. I'm not defending the play. It does. I understand why Cryer did that. I don't think every Leoner would still be there. And, you know, he probably just, it's a small adjustment. I think just walk into the bush and see if Leona's there, right?
Yeah, definitely. And you also have to know like who you're playing against and give Huhi credit, because Huhi's been playing super well. Go ahead. Did you have?
Or you just tell Lions to stay with you, because Nami could just stay. He didn't need to recall.
At least until you check the surrounding area. I would say, as far as Call Me though, his first couple games of the series were good, and here's a bit of cope is that this series was a large underperformance from DSG, with I think both Lions and Call Me, because I had been very positive on Call Me. He had a really
Kali game was really good. Did you think his Nivea game was good? I kind of thought that was.
I thought his Nivea was very useful. So there are a lot of fights where which is good. Yeah, which is good.
I was just laughing at the word.
It was very useful. There were so many times when he's zoning people out, he's pushing people off, and so it doesn't look like super Smurf, but it is very useful. And so I thought that was a pretty good game, and he's had multiple good Akali games. So the cope is that this was underperformance, and that DSG will look better than this series in the series versus Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's still definitely an uphill battle for them.
For sure.
Yep. I did want to mention from their series, though, I thought Darkwings had a pretty solid performance, and I really liked the Veigar that he pulled out. That seemed so strong. Granted, it kind of felt like Call Me hasn't played against this champion before, since on a lot of the plays he was just getting, walked up and caged. Yeah. That thing does have deceptively big range, and it's kind of hard to know the timing of exactly when it becomes active. But obviously, if you're playing against it in a pro match, you should probably know those things. So
he was swift marching on him. His move speed diff.
Well, I mean, the first play, there's no boots involved, and he tries to use the REW.
Fast feet.
He tries to use the REW to get out of the cage and immediately gets clapped. So yeah. Anyways, definitely, it still was a 5-game series, but it came away with feeling less impressive than DSG has been so far this year, since they have been, surprisingly, overperforming people's expectations. And so I think that's why this one did feel a bit bad.
Yeah, and I think for me, I'm just a little bit worried. I mean, it's a big question of how Lions is going to bounce back, because I think Lions is, like I said, previous to this, played pretty well for DSG. I still would have favored Core against him. I think Huhi was the biggest gap in the series. Like, support gap was crazy. I think Huhi had a really, really good series. We can focus on that more when we talk about the Sentinels series that's going to be played. But like Lions versus Core, I'm a bit worried for that. Even some of the decisions he made on this Bard game, where it was like, he was just constantly basing, and Huhi was doing this stuff that I thought was really, really smart, where you don't see a lot of people do it, where he was on Rakan, and he would go between the tier 1 and the tier 2 and stack the wave. So the wave was always pushing away from Sajed, and Lions was on a base timer for 95% of this game. So Sajed is just standing AFK at his tower. He can't even farm the wave or walk up. And it was like, it's not like he's missing CS, and it wasn't like he was chain dying, and he was down like 40 CS early because the wave is always pushed away from him. Like, they could never walk up with his support. So I felt like Huhi super, super gapped bot. And when you talk to pros, the bot lane 2v2 that people are most scared of generally is Core and Yon. And so I'm pretty concerned for how the laning could go for DSG there, and how Lions will kind of perform out of lane. I think, they're going to have like a strong series, like individually from all the DSG members to be able to compete with TL. That being said, TL, to me, their downfall has been more like less individual stuff and more like team play errors, right? Where it's like, they talked about this on the coaches episode of Pros, which you guys can go check out. Jat did with I Will Dominate and an Arrow and Golden Glue, and they kind of were like joking a bit about Quid, where Golden Glue's saying like the further he gets ahead.
It was Thinkard, not an Arrow.
Not an Arrow.
That'd be too much Cloud9.
That'd be too much Cloud9. Thinkard, of course, and Golden Glue was joking about how, when Quid gets further ahead, like he always would get nervous because he's gonna like do like a monster throw, and Aldominic was saying the same thing about Blabber, like he gets weaker the stronger he gets. But I feel like that has been true with TL this year, where it's like the game can look really, really good for a long time, and then there's just like, what is happening here, and then they lose the game.
I couldn't get past the early slight flame that you had with because it was so funny, because I have an 80 carry friend that said almost the exact same thing one time about his support, when you were like, Lions was on a base timer for 95% of the game, and you said it so casually as you're just moving through in this long like steamroll of an explanation. But I just got hung up on that so quick, because my friend did the same flame like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something, where he was like, is my tab bugged? Like, my support is 100% base timer. Like, where is this guy? And but I thought it was so funny. You just casually flew that way. But like, that is how it feels a lot of the time. You know, from the 80 carry perspective, because you're like, where is this guy? What is he doing? And you don't see anything positive popping up on your feed. There's no like, oh, enemy has been slain with a assist from your support roaming with jungler or something.
Especially when their support is behind your tower, freezing the wave on you for like the fifth time.
Is my tab bugged? Like, I don't know. That was so funny, because my friend literally said the same thing.
Yeah, not where you want to be as the 80 carry.
Yeah, because he ended up with a crazy CS difference really early. He was
down
on.
like 40 early,
and there wasn't a bunch that he could do about it. But again, I basically this whole series, I was like, oh my god, Huhi is smurfing. We got to give like player of the series to Huhi.
Yeah.
And like trying to find ways to put Huhi highlights in there, because not only was he doing those smart things, you know, the overstay on top side, you know, pulling the wave, but he was also hitting like 4-person Nico ults over and over, and multiple person engages and doing really intelligent like flanks and stuff. So
he was owning.
Yeah, he was looking quite good.
I feel like, I have this feeling that, you know, the wheels are going to kind of like fall off a bit for some of our kind of like Cinderella stories, and that Lyon and TL will have fixed some issues and be really strong in the lower brackets. Like, that's kind of like what I'm feeling. I'm hoping that it's not just completely true and that everything doesn't just go straight back to expectation, because it's been really fun seeing Fly and DSG kind of like be a surprise, and that's made the match a lot more unpredictable. So I'm hoping this is going to be a really fun series, hoping it's going to be competitive, but my gut feeling is, after seeing some of the individual underperformances from DSG members, that if they have that kind of series, the individual talent on TL would just make it that like the game is Omega over super early. And so that is my big concern, and that is kind of why I'm favoring TL right now, is I just think if you give that level of performance, I just think you're down 10K and the game's cooked.
Yeah, I think that they should be able to smash, in particular, early game, because I think they have lane advantages. Maybe not top lane, but I think all lanes, even top lane also. I mean, Castle I have a lot of respect for, and I think he's been consistent as well.
Good.
But honestly, I think they're going to have lane advantages every lane, and Jose has been playing very aggressively with winning lanes, and I thought, especially at the beginning, quite effectively. So I foresee there being a lot of like crushing early games, whether or not DSG can hold out and like weather the storm, and then maybe they draft some good like scaling and team fighting and stuff. Maybe there's some good angles there, because that's how they have gotten some of their good wins, is looking for mid and late game, you know, play as a team, 5-person, like working on synergy and trying to go for some team fights there. But yeah, I think pretty much everybody will probably still give advantage to TL, especially for some early game.
Yeah, DSG, what would need to happen for them to win would just be some good drafts, and I think play into their team play, because I do think their teamwork is likely better than TL's from what we've seen so far. Obviously, individually, they'll probably fall behind, but I think they've had pretty good cohesion and coordination. And then on the flip side, maybe if the game starts going bad for TL, they get a little bit desperate, a little bit frantic, and perhaps they tilt. But I don't think that's super likely. I think I would predict probably TL 3-0.
Okay, so you were talking about the Cinderella stories. The next one is another possible ending for a Cinderella story, where it has been really fun following the FlyQuest Cinderella story, where they just skyrocketed to the top. All the young, you know, stars having some fun. Like Griffin has just been amazing in all the interviews, and you know, their gameplay in all of the series where they didn't play Cloud9 was
really good,
very exciting, and very effective. When the ones where they did play Cloud9, which was 2 series in a row,
series,
back to back, it was less effective, very much less effective. And we talked a lot about Blabber and how good Cloud9 are right now.
Are they playing Cloud9?
They're not playing Cloud9 now. So the question will be, is the same going to be true here for Lyon? Because Lyon is very similar to all the things we're listing about Team Liquid. High expectations, lots of money spent, very good individual players. That is all true of the Lyon roster. This is another, like, you would label it a super team, you know, just off paper and just off, you know, putting this squad together. Is this team going to be able to end the FlyQuest kind of fairy tale where the young players have had more early success than people thought they were going to have? They have just received back-to-back lessons, you could look at it, at the hands of Cloud9.
Yeah.
I think
Harsh lessons.
I mentioned this in the second series, but I was like, I feel like we're getting like a seat in the classroom where they're like, you know, teaching a lot of the FlyQuest younger players, especially Blabber, kind of teaching Griffin some things. So how quickly can they pick it up? How quickly can they learn? How quickly can they improve from the losses that they received at the hands of Cloud9? ThinkGuard, who was on the Pros episode, was talking about how, I think it was actually good to get these games versus Cloud9. They're the definitive best team, and I think we learned a lot from them. So now we get to put to the test how good is your week of practice after, receiving the lessons, I guess. Yeah. And can you put it into effect versus inspired?
It's interesting because you talk about the lessons, and I almost thought you were going to go the other direction, where I was looking at it from the point of view of it's not just FlyQuest that's getting this lesson. Lyon can watch and see the C9 game plan that worked really effectively in 5 out of 6 of the games that they played against them were stomps, right? All 3 games in this last weekend, 3-0, were stomps, and 2 out of the 3 in the best 3 were giga stomps. And so it's like, if I'm Lyon, I'm sitting there and I'm watching this series and I'm saying, like, how can we replicate this, right? And then that becomes kind of the question of, like, can you replicate C9's game plan and kind of put that into effect? A lot of it was about abusing Griffin on pros. They talked about, we wanted to prioritize Ambessa early because, like, Griffin's crazy on Ambessa. You can take that away from him and, like, limit his jungle pool because he's not as comfortable on some of these champs and stuff. And it's like, okay, these are things that, maybe Lyon can try to emulate and kind of learn from, because it wasn't as though, like, C9 didn't have any errors. Their bot 2v2 was losing, like, every game. Like, they got, with 2 winning lanes, they had winning lane in game 1 and in game 2, and they got 2v2 killed in both of them by FlyQuest bot lane. So FlyQuest bot lane, I do think, is a bright spot. But C9's team play was so much better, and C9's play around their jungler was so much better. And it's like, so even though Sven and Vulcan with winning lanes got 2v2 killed both times in the first 2 games, then C9 would, like, have a fight around Crab or whatever, and Sven would get kills and get plates, and he would just always be way ahead. So it never actually mattered. So I mean, if I'm Lyon, I'm just trying to study this series and say, like, all right, how can we actually emulate this and try to do the same things to Griffin and to FlyQuest that C9 just did?
It would be very hard, I think. And I would be a little bit worried for FlyQuest because on one hand, they did get a lesson from C9, but on the other hand, this reminded me of the lesson you get as a North American team going internationally and playing against a Korean team. It was that level of gap between the teams because even though the games were pretty one-sided, in game 2, I actually thought FlyQuest were in a pretty good spot to win. They had a crazy scaling comp they had the Azir, Sion, and C9 started falling behind. They kind of were playing a comp where you have to just stack dragons to win the game. But they started fumbling, and I thought, okay, FlyQuest is just going to win this because they've got massive scaling advantage. But C9 managed to get back into the game in a way that I feel like no other team would do, which was basically just playing with tempo very well. They set up the map extremely quickly, and then FlyQuest were just a little bit uncoordinated with their entire team, which I think against most teams, you're not getting punished that hard for that. Your support can be a little bit late on his recall, getting back on the map, but the 2 plays in particular that game was one where Griffin was on Trundle. He walked not even that far out, just at his Raptors after they got their second dragon. At his Raptors, he didn't even walk into the bush behind red. He just pinked on the Raptors, and then he gets Vi-Q'd over the wall and killed. And that's just from C9 setting up so quickly. And I don't think most teams can do that. It's very hard for players to sort of buy into this team play tempo aspect thing of, hey, we just need to understand that we have to pressure the map at the same time. That's going to mean sometimes you're going to recall and not have your perfect buy. You have to not grade this wave. You have to be here at the right time. That's really hard for teams to do. So I don't know if other teams are going to be able to replicate that.
And the other time I assume that you're talking about is another Blabber play. I thought
the one on Sion.
Yeah. So Blabber starts up this dragon. He has a ward in the bush that's, like, right on the curve.
Well, he was hitting the crab.
He was.
If it's the one that I'm thinking. So the one I'm thinking is he's on the crab. The crab is 1 HP. Sion walks into the bush and starts.
Oh yeah.
Harassing him.
That's what I meant.
So he's
crab, not the
he's
dragon.
queuing him.
Yeah.
And I feel like every team there, 99 out of 100 times, Blabber just uses that full charged Q, takes the crab, backs up. But because C9 are so decisive, he just Qs Sion and then ults him. And if all of FlyQuest were there, or if Azir TP'd in a more reasonable spot, I actually think FlyQuest can fight this and win it. But they just didn't expect C9 to engage so decisively. And so we saw this really questionable TP from Quad where he went from mid lane to bot lane. almost as far away from the fight as he was already, and so he couldn't join, and then the game kind of just fell apart for them there.
Yeah, that's the one where I'm like Blabber made so many of these snap initiation plays, and guaranteed they are talking about this ahead of time. It was too coordinated with everybody else. APA is always right behind him to Leo wall into seismic shove combos. And you can tell, like, he's not even looking at the crab. You're like, yeah, your champion is like auto attacking it, but he's like waiting for this guy to come and immediately, turns back around. And then the other one, he had another Q that wasn't the Q flash over the red wall, but he had another snap initiation, Q charge, flash into the river. Like, they're especially APA and Blabber. I feel like these two, I really want to highlight Cloud9 and look at the series from Cloud9's perspective, because I feel like we have not had a mid jungle like push timings like this as heavily as Blabber and APA are doing together in a while. And it is really refreshing. Like, they are playing for each other so effectively, I feel like. And it's kind of what we even talked about at the beginning of the year when we're like, oh, dream scenario. Hey, APA might be able to fill like a Niski role, and he like plays for jungle a lot. And he's probably going to be a really good fit with Blabber. And that is materializing, I feel like, in this year already. And especially on these champions that APA is very effective on. Talia is super good Talia. And it's a champ that roams really well and plays for other champs really well. And then this whole series, they were throwing a lot of bans at APA. And then he just goes the Galio game also, which you're not like, oh yeah, that's the APA Galio. But he was extremely effective on that as well. He flashed to the river fight, the early crab fight. He was like, yep, I'm here. He got a multi-person taunt. Both him and Quad tried to flash in to be there for their junglers, but APA had the bigger effect with the big AoE taunt, and they got the win off that. And it's just like, I feel like APA and Blabber are delivering us the synergy that we dreamed of.
That's true.
What's the big swerve?
Well, I was just laughing because we were talking about the Lyon FlyQuest series. And you just gave a five minute.
We were talking about the Cloud9 and perspective as well. I just feel like they're the number one team. They deserve.
That's why I was just
gotta look at it from their perspective too.
For sure. Yeah, their perspective.
Their perspective is we're great.
Yeah,
it is going to be hard for Lyon to replicate that. I think is kind of how we got started on that, because I don't think Saint is not the same player as APA. I think that Saint is very much the player who wants to be the star. He wants all the resources. I don't think he's the guy who's going to be leaving his lane at awkward timings and flash engaging a fight. So I don't think Lyon's going to be going for that exact same kind of win con, but I do think for Lyon versus Fly that Lyon has, really strong laners. They've got Berserker bot lane, they've got Saint mid, Inspired jungle. So I think that in itself is pretty hard to deal with for Fly.
They don't have the same mid jungle synergy though.
No, they don't. Not at all.
They almost have the inverse of it. I feel like Inspired and Saint they're both individual good players. I mean, Saint has not been having good individual performances in some of these, but and they are certainly do not have synergy.
No, I agree. And like when I talk about like the Cloud9 plan, I guess I don't necessarily see Lyon as like, okay, we're gonna beat Cloud9. More just like Inspired going into this, thinking about how can I abuse Griffin early game, right? And that's kind of like more where my head was at with that stuff, because I felt like Blabber across these two series got significant early game advantages through really smart pathing and stuff. And that's something that I think Inspired can do as well. Inspired is a much more risk averse player, but I also do give Inspired credit and think that he is someone who can pretty much execute on like whatever role he is given, whatever role he thinks is best. Like this is a guy who's really good at playing aggressively, who's really good at playing, more scaling and defensive style. So, I could see this series going a similar way as far as dominance level, just because Inspired, turbo gaps Griffin. But that being said, yeah, Saint is the real other part of it, where I think Saint has really been struggling. And Saint, you look at Lyon games, and that is kind of like the elephant in the room, is that he has thrown a massive amount of games just like on his own, just from being in bad spots or getting caught. Some of them aren't necessarily all his fault. Like, you could say, okay, maybe the team is telling him to keep pushing in that Orianna Nocturne game, so maybe that's not his fault. There was the one he got caught where there was the vision bug. So that one, maybe, but it's a consistent pattern. He often gets caught, even with summoners up. He's sometimes not flashing and dying. I remember the
Galio taunt.
The Galio taunt on Talia, where he's just like
stands.
He
there
just
and
slowly
takes it.
walks up to him and taunts him, and he just doesn't flash.
Yeah, like that guy's not even moving full speed. He's
No.
he's channeling his taunt,
He's
walking
slowed.
at you, and you have flash.
Innocently.
Yep. So that is definitely a big concern as far as how they'll perform. Because while they do have really, really strong individual players, we also seen some kind of craziness from Berserker and stuff too. So I feel like
Craziness.
Yeah,
that's what.
I feel like this series is going to be a lot closer than the C9 one. And even though Fly just got blasted by C9, I don't know. I'm kind of still feeling like I favor them. I kind of am still feeling like I think they might actually win. I've been really impressed with Masu and Cryogen's 2v2. I think they're playing really, really well. And if they can hold up against Berserker and Isles, I feel like Saint has shown that he makes a lot of mistakes. I think that Dokla has not been having his greatest season either. And Inspired, it feels like he wants to play the game in a very different way maybe than the rest of his team. So like I think even though FlyQuest made a lot of mistakes and did get completely blasted by Cloud9, I just don't think Lyon is on that same level. So
one thing I need to point out about FlyQuest that was driving me genuinely crazy watching them is Masu's champion pool and what they've been giving him, whether it's his decision or the team's, I think is so questionable. They basically the top 3 AD carries for most regions around the world are, Kaisa, Yunara, Corki, and he hasn't played any of those a single time. I think he's played 4 games of Jhin, which he's lost 3 of. He's playing Aphelios, Ezreal. He picked Sion and Callista before he picked Kaisa. And to me, that's just criminal behavior. I don't know why you're putting this insane AD carry player on Sion. What? How are we putting him on a tank? So I think FlyQuest needs to figure out their drafts because I do think they're a good team, but with the stuff they're picking, it's just bad. I really don't get it, what angle they're coming from. Maybe they feel like he needs to be on some lane dominant thing. They have to win lane or something like that, and he doesn't want to.
And he plays Kaisa. Kaisa is one of his most played all time.
Yeah, but usually what people say with this champion is, oh well, her laning phase is weak. They don't want to lose pressure bot or something like that. So super questionable. I think that they'll look a lot better if they can just pick some high tier bot lane champs and actually let Masu carry.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were pretty critical of some of their drafts online, especially I think the Callista game was one that a lot of people were criticizing because they kind of did this like full on like super aggressive send it type comp, and they drafted I think Aurora Nocturne with like basically nothing showing on the other side, right? Like so it wasn't as though they were like they had seen the full draft and they were responding to it. They just kind of like, yep, we're doing this. And they had this Aurora Nocturne that was like really, really early pick to my recollection. I think those were their first 2 when they had only seen Orianna. I think that was like the only thing in the draft they had seen. And then they did, a Kali, Callista. And so it was like really, really short range, really, really aggressive. I even thought like maybe I'm just like misunderstanding how they were trying to use the Renata, but like Renata obviously is a great pairing with Callista. But I felt like Renata to me struggles when you're playing against a comp that is like kiting back, right? Renata is so good at dive, and it's like, yes, you can have the other side of the argument where it's like, oh, we're gonna dive, and then you just like throw the Renata ult over the top, and it creates chaos or whatever. But it moves so slow that I find that rarely works out. So to me, even like the Renata didn't super fit, where it was like the other team clearly wants to disengage Nocturne, Akali, Callista, like Aurora, like and kite back, and so. I don't know. I thought that draft was going to be really, really tough to execute on. When I interviewed Thinkard for the sideline interview, he said that basically they just like wanted lane prio, and like that's what they were trying to kind of go for. But I saw a lot of people pretty critical of that draft online.
Well, we should get to. Well, actually, we should do predictions and then get to the next one because we only have 14 minutes till our next meeting. It sounds like you're going Fly. Then.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Fly. I mean, I could be dead wrong, but I'm kind of feeling Fly.
I still want to buy into this Lyon team.
I'm gonna say Lyon 3-2.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be close. Both of these teams are kind of coming back from tough spots. I think FlyQuest just got a true beating by C9 back to back. And I think when you're one of these new teams, confidence and momentum is a big thing, and they're not going to have a lot of that. So I think, especially for rookie players, it might be hard to bounce back. And then Lyon on the flip side, kind of expected a mental boom and seeing some cracks showing already. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be one-sided, but I think Lyon has the experience advantage, and I think just FlyQuest drafts are not doing it for me.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to bank on Lyon pulling it together for best of fives here, and Inspire just leading the way. But yeah, also think it's going to be close. All right, next one.
Yep.
Sentinels Cloud9.
Sentinels Cloud9.
Good luck, Sentinels.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how it feels right now. It's like we talk about, maybe TL and Lyon will get back to form. Well, Cloud9 is very in form. They just won. It was one of the fastest best of fives in LCS history. I think it was like 4th or 5th fastest. I mean, the total game time was ridiculously short. All 3 games were under 30 minutes. 2 of them were 25-minute games for Nexus Explosions. And in a day and age where a lot of people are saying the game actually got slower, that's pretty crazy. So they are looking incredibly good. Sentinels, I do think, like Huhi was a super standout. I think Huhi was amazing for them. We talked a lot about those 2 different series, but I really struggle to build an argument for why I think Sentinels would be like the better team in this series as far as team play. Like I can talk about individual things and talk about how like maybe they could get some advantages here or there. But C9 has been so good as a unit. Like you guys talked a lot about how decisive they are as a mid jungle. And I think how they play around bot lane is really, really good. Even when Sven and Vulcan have gotten behind. So it just feels like that is the struggle for me to try to like build a case for how Sentinels could actually win.
Yeah, I just think Cloud9 are easily going to be able to identify Sentinels win cons, and Sentinels win cons are we got to play to Rahel, we got to play to bottom lane. Like we have Impact as our top laner, who is definitely playing better than last year.
Yeah, much better.
But because last year was really rough. But he's still filling the same role. So it's good that he is playing better this year, but I just feel like it's such an easy way to be like, all right, Blabber and APA are going to be able to overperform Hambach and Dark Wings in playing to bottom side. I think mid jungle, both playing to bottom side very, very easily for them. Like APA is playing all these roaming champions in mid lane and set up champions. And I just feel like if they attack Rahel and Rahel's doesn't have a bunch of money, then I don't see Sentinels winning. Honestly, I'm predicting 3-0 for this series.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most reasonable guess. Probably what's going to happen. I would also say 3-0. C9 just looks pretty untouchable right now. And knowing this roster, a lot of these players have played together. We've seen C9 have periods of dominance, and usually it kind of stops on their own terms, right? They start drafting.
Their worst enemy is themselves.
Yeah, they start drafting some sketchy stuff. They start going for really weird looking plays. Honestly, their biggest problem is that they just win too much and they lose sight of what's good and they start doing crazy drafts. But maybe with I Will Dominate, at the helm, it's not going to do that this time because they've looked great. And I would love to see them continue their dominance all the way to the end. I just like seeing teams that play the way they are, very aggressive, very, just very dominant in the game. It's just so hard to play against them. As soon as they get an inch, they just take everything. So it's super fun to watch, and I hope they can keep it up. I don't know how Sentinels is going to deal with that. I think they're just kind of get run over.
One of the things that I can't help but kind of think about a lot and laugh about a little bit is, you guys obviously focus a ton on APA and Blabber and like how good their synergy is and how well they play together, and like I completely agree. And then I don't know if you guys heard the comms listen-ins for Sentinels on the other side, but like a couple weeks ago, Hui was on the analyst desk and he was talking about how like they all speak Korean except for Dark Wings, and he's talking English, so he's doing a lot of translation, but he's like, but we're gonna move towards more and more English so that Dark Wings can be more involved in the midst of the game. And so he can understand what's happening. Well, we heard the comms listen-ins. At the end of the day, they did like a comms listen-in. It was like a highlight roll of the whole series. And they did like, kind of all their winning moments. And I want to say across the 5 games, there was like 3 words of English in the comms listen-ins. And it's like full Korean. And then Dark Wings is like, I'm on Ambessa. And then it's, you know, like he's just playing solo queue, right? So it's like when you talk about how coordinated this mid jungle is on the other side, how can you expect that from Darkwings when he doesn't even know what they're saying, right? Like,
why should 4 Koreans have to learn English instead of 1 American learning Korean?
Fair. There you go.
And Huhi already speaks both, and so he's having to do a lot of translation. And I know Golden Glue gave Huhi a really big shout out for that, which I think is super deserved, because just the cognitive load of doing that and still playing individually super well is just why I have a lot of respect for Huhi. He's one of these older players who's playing for a very long time, and I think he's playing super well while also shot calling in multiple languages is pretty crazy to me. But that being said, when you have to go through a translator and like a third person for some of these things, there's not time for that. We had the clip at the beginning of the year, one of the first games that Sentinels played, Talia Pantheon combo, super bread and butter, easy combo. Hambach flashes in to get his Pantheon stun. Darkwings is like half a screen away, not in range for the seismic shove fall off. And so like, there's not time to be like, so it's definitely going to be a struggle there. Also, Dignitas versus Impact. Who's your money on there? Like especially if it's an isolated lane. If both teams theoretically do play to bottom side and like jungle's showing a lot and stuff, and Thanatos is like, all right, both jungles are bottom lane. Time to get to work, old man.
Thanatos was saying that on the C9 podcast I listened to. They had Anero and Vulcan and Thanatos on this week. And he was talking about how he just kept talking about his favorite change is how people can't lane swap away and stuff. And he's like, Impact plays for his team. I play for my lane. Like, I'm going to be the reason we win. And he's talking about how he really wanted to get player of the game. And in the Gnar one, he's like, like if the Gnar game went on longer, I would have got player of the game for sure. Like he had the counter pick and I solo killed him, but I didn't have enough time. And so they're joking about how if they get too ahead on the other side of the map, they have to let the other team get away. So Thanatos can have more time and try to get a player of the game.
I like how the Cloud9 member, they're at that level where they're dominating so much, they're just having fun with a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Because they were also on the analyst desk, they're always talking about, APA robbed me this week, and then I robbed this guy that week or whatever. So it's they're all fighting to be the best, I guess. There you go.
Well, it should be an exciting week. We got 3 back-to-back matchups. Remember, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's Super Week. We're going to be on Friday. Team Liquid is going to be playing DSG. Tickets are available. We're back in the Riot Games Arena, so if you haven't gotten your tickets, get your tickets now, and we will see you there this weekend. That is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify as well as Apple Podcasts and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. And also, leave a comment. Kobe sent out a tweet for questions. We're going to use a lot of those questions next week. So if you guys have more questions, you want to get them in, drop them in the comments. We'll grab some from YouTube, from Twitter, from wherever else. We're doing that fan Q&A in our next episode, so keep an eye out. We might have more tweets, or you can just respond to the one that Kobe already sent out.
Yeah. And we'll also pull from the last episode. I saw people were leaving comments on the last episode.
There you go. We're pulling from everywhere. Yeah. And Kobe's going to be going door to door. He's going to be knocking on houses, asking for dive
If you
questions.
didn't leave a YouTube comment,
you're going to be in trouble. Kobe's gonna know.
I'll see you soon.
He's like Santa Claus. He knows if you've been naughty.
I will let you off though if then you use my Pokemon Go referral code. I'll show up and be like, all right, you're good.
Okay, it's a pass. All right, LCS returns this Friday, February 20th at 1 p.m. Pacific on Friday. Team Liquid gonna be taking on DSG live in the arena, and grab those tickets. We'll see you there.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's Super Week here at the Riot Games Arena, and it's do or die for many of our remaining competitors.
This is good to fight. Aura not here yet.
Look Shinja.
Aura tipping.
I'm on Kaisa.
I can't hit here.
No,
I'm in front. Yeah. This is good. This is good. You can throw me.
Look Shin. Shin no flash.
Give me W. W to I give me W.
Galio no flash.
Kill one.
Bard no flash.
Kill Galio. We can win, I think.
Keep playing.
Sinja no flash. Sinja no flash.
Get Florida. No flash.
Sinja no flash here. Double 10. Nice. Good job. Ivy. I think we win.
No flash.
Or no flash.
Nice.
We got it.
And Team Liquid looks dominant.
Careful Ori, guys. Careful Ori. I can flash already. Can you reach?
Watch.
Ori.
Cross it target.
Hater no ulti, guys. Hater no ulti. We win.
Yeah, Lucian no flash.
Nice, guys.
They no flash. Can you in? And then Lucian no flash.
They will clean sweep Disguise, and they will move forward, continuing their march towards first stand.
Welcome to Waiting Room. We are here.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank
you.
Wow.
Oh my God. Thank you.
I'm so happy to be here.
You're so courteous.
Today. I know.
Yeah. I was this close to just, because I told her, I asked, you can do the welcome. And then I was so close to just yelling over.
or making chicken noises. Raz can sing every LCS song in chicken noises.
That's too much pressure. I'm not. You don't put that on me.
Right
Right combine you and Mark C.
Yeah, exactly. We need a duet.
We should just put that on Spotify everywhere.
Yeah, you guys need to be our headlining act. But let's pull up the bracket. As you just saw there, TL fell to Disguise.
What? That's crazy!
Disguise fell to TL.
That is a surprise.
This is why you can't have me do it. This is why you can't have me do these things.
TL stomped them.
Yeah.
It was a very big 3-0.
Yeah, I feel like that has just been the case in both Europe and North America. Like, there is a shark in the waters if you're a lower seed team. Because we had expectations for Team Liquid, for, of course, Lyon. You know, that might be a sneak peek for later on today. But then obviously G2, a G2 Stonk K-Corp, like MKOI did incredibly well. Now we have a situation here, like, trust no seeding. If you see a lower number, think that they will actually win.
So the real strategy is to enter the start.
Exactly.
Unless you're Cloud9.
Oh no, they're doomed.
Their number is actually working pretty well for them so far.
For now.
I mean, it's been fun to watch. FlyQuest, though, did get absolutely destroyed by Cloud9. Speaking of Cloud9, they got crushed. And Griffin had been having some pretty big early game struggles. But this was just one of the fastest best of fives we have actually ever seen.
Yeah, like the big takeaway here for me was like, C9 choosing FlyQuest again, making it very clear that it was basically just a good read that they had on the jungle. And I felt like FlyQuest was constantly taking flips that they just didn't have the resources for. Either like Quad wasn't there on time because he was like taking a base, but they took the flip anyways. Something was there where now it just feels like they are completely red in their heads. It was really rough to watch from FlyQuest's perspective.
Yeah, you could tell that C9, like having faced them recently, I'm pretty sure it was Nero who talked about how they just wanted to choose the opponent that they'd already faced and they were super comfortable against because they had just beat them. I think that was also on full display. They really understood what FlyQuest were going to do whenever FlyQuest did try to flip. Even the earliest objectives, like first crab, C9 were able to take advantage of that. So now it's, okay, this FlyQuest team has been so fun to watch. They're such a young roster. How do they bounce back?
Exactly, and I think one of the major problems they had in that series against C9 was some of the early games.
Back.
Oh, it's dropping. All right. Was some of the early games from Griffin here against Blabber. He was really struggling, it felt like, and as a result, they were constantly getting behind
Ooh, it looks like we're not actually on the clip. We're not on the right clip here. Let's see. No, that's not that one. It should be this one. All right, so I wanted to go through like all 3 games. Blabber was able to get some pretty big early game advantages, so we're just gonna roll this one out. This was a very fast clear from Blabber. He has already done a full 6-cam clear, and then he knows he's gonna be a lot faster than Griffin, so what he's gonna do is actually just wrap around into this brush right here, and he's going to wait for Griffin. So Griffin comes down, he sees, all right, no one at the scuttle. This means Blabber's got to be topside, right? So I'm just going to go straight into the scuttle. Blabber just jumps on him. Everyone collapses in. You can see APA is going to come in from the side right here. Vulcan is making his move really, really quickly as well. Cloud9 collapse. Really great pathing from Blabber in this first game. Gets behind Griffin, surprises him, and is able to punish him. This game, this is actually pre the second set of scuttle spawns, but because Blabber soloed out the dragon, he got the additional XP. He was already level 6, immediately goes and ganks bot, while Griffin was actually over there on the scuttle, right? So he was going for that scuttle, trying to get level 6 on Trundle, whereas Blabber just preempts the play, goes straight down, gets a kill there. Now this is that final game. Again, Blabber, first to the play, everyone collapsing from Cloud9. And these early game fights always were going their way. Blabber was able to kind of just flash back. APA comes in on the roam. Sven and Vulcan are both here, and Masu is kind of like sectioned off on the side, so he had a harder time actually getting involved in this fight. But they're able to push forward. They're able to knock down Griffin. They're able to take out Cryogen. They're able to kill Masu as well off the back of this. And this was really like a constant theme throughout the series, was just choices that Blabber was making and his coordination with C9 really enabling them. And I feel like when you're coming into this series as Lyon, you have clearly watched everything that just happened. There's back-to-back series between these 2 teams.
Yeah.
And I didn't even touch on the games in the previous series where there was so much discussion when you think back to like that Nocturne game, the level 1 kind of deciding in, all these early games. So it's like Inspired will have watched all these. FlyQuest needs to have a better plan around how they're going to play the early game, how they're going to deal with invades, how they're going to deal with some of the intelligent jungle pathing that we can expect to come out from Inspired as well.
Completely agree. And I mean, even in that last clip, like, just thinking about the fight and execution that you covered, just like, do you want to take a flip on that fight when your Akali is in base? Like, they had taken that base and you're taking a 4v3, and that is something that you should just be looking at review and wondering, if we are not in position for it, should we be taking these fights? Team Liquid, the team that just played yesterday, is really good at being able to recognize, we don't want to take this fight, let's just not do it. It doesn't make sense for us. We'll just play the longer game, and I think it puts us in a better position.
Yeah, and then for FlyQuest, I think Griffin was such a huge part of when they were doing well early. So now it's like, okay, what can we learn from this, right? Because I do think a lot of these things are like really, really teachable moments if you go back and review. So that is the big question to me, is especially with Griffin having been such a huge part of their wins, how do we regroup and kind of what do we focus on as the lessons learned, especially around early pathing and just the early game in general?
It's going to be really important. I know the big topic is we're going to be talking about the jungle matchup a little bit. Just knowing that if you're having troubles versus somebody like Blabber, you're definitely going to be having troubles versus that is more methodical and hates flipping situations like Inspired. But I want to remind people like how Fly looked at the beginning, because our judgment and our view of FlyQuest has been when they faced against C9 literally 2 series in a row. And yes, when you're facing the best team within the league, you look extremely bad. But before that, when they're facing the rest of the opponents, they have
1-on-1 against LeBron, 1-on-1 against Raz, 2 different games.
Exactly. You ain't losing. You ain't losing to LeBron. You're losing to Raz.
That's what we were thinking.
Exactly. And so, like, I think all of the caveats are out there. I think the one question in my mind is, even though they've been really doing well versus the other opponents in question is like DSG and Shopify Rebellion. So how good really is this team? Because when you go through the Swiss stage, like that, you're being judged off different metrics.
Yeah, I think the big thing that stood out to me there was a major deficit, right? Because until then, even when FlyQuest made mistakes, they managed to keep like pretty close with their opponents. And I think it's a credit to C9 in terms of how they were able to snowball, especially off of a lot of the early game flips that FlyQuest tended to go for. But I think for FlyQuest specifically, one thing I've just really enjoyed about them in so many of their wins is just how well they were playing around bot lane and how well Masu and Cryogen were able to kind of pair up together and take over on that bot side.
Yeah.
And then how creative they could be in terms of their draft and also approaching fights with Griffin. So we've seen the early power be taken out of that by C9. I want to see how they can add it back in to try to contest Inspired and Lyon.
The fear that I have is that when FlyQuest gets their leads early on in their prior series, the pre-C9 series, those weren't necessarily like clean games at all.
No.
Like they still make really bad errors, and that's because they're like a really scrappy team that wants to take flips and wants to take scraps. You're going up against Inspired that once again hates that when it happens to his own teams. He wants you to have a methodical game that has intention, all of that, and he's had now a week break, basically 2 weeks necessarily, to be able to sort that out within his team. So I think this team is stylistically a really tough team for FlyQuest to face against.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Lyon have been clean either.
Yeah.
I have some clips that I have pulled now.
First she's welcoming us in, now she's giving us a movie.
Yeah, what's going on here?
This is wonderful.
We're gonna go over to this. I feel like the first one, everyone is going to know if you've seen this game, what is coming. But in case you don't know, after they're kind of posturing here, Lyon are going to look for a play onto Sajed with the Talia wall here. As we just play it through, it's not gonna go well. This is a little bit more also some individual mistakes that I think Saint has been having. Ends up getting taunted, has to flash over the wall, loses over half of his health, which makes it easy for them to come in and kill him, unfortunately. So this is where I feel like a little bit more coordination and also fewer individual mistakes would have led to a better result for them. In this play, I did want to point out a rough play, a better play, and then a little bit more uncoordination, because I feel like they've had both. Here, they're going to be looking to make a play onto Call Me, and I really love the combo of the Anivia wall that's going to come in with the Trundle Pillar right here. So as we play that through, Anivia wall goes down, Trundle Pillar goes down. I thought Inspired's pillars were really, really good in this game. And then Dokla is going to come across and make a play on to Call Me. Here, this is from another game. We're going to back it up a little bit. Here, this is like a soft contest around the Herald. The big thing for me that was pretty rough for this was the fact that we have Dokla down here with no TP, right? So if he is going to, if we're going to have a matching TP from the Jace in this fight, he's not going to be able to match it. They're going to make for a play onto Lions. Lions is going to be able to get out by flashing over this wall after the Herald has even been taken. Inspired gets bubbled. Dokla is not able to stop the TP from coming through. Call Me is able to join the fight. Saint dies despite hitting a really nice Cassiopeia ult. And this leads to them dropping the Herald almost immediately, getting not only this first turret, but also even more turret plates onto Sajed off of the second turret as well. And so we've seen a lot of different problems and good plays from Lyon, and it's just okay, which Lyon is going to show up essentially, right? How coordinated are they going to be? And are their players making some individual mistakes? Yeah,
that is the most confusing part, because coming into this year, I felt like when they built this roster, they built this roster like a super team. Mm-hmm. You had Saint, who was a thriving young rookie, right? And then you built basically 2 MVPs around him. So a question that we want to ask you guys in the chat: is Lyon a super team? Are they a super team? Because a lot of times the definition can change by having big brand names or performing players. And in my mind, I thought they were a super team because you just brought in an MVP in Berserker. You have an MVP and Inspired. And Saint was an incredibly strong individual player last year, but he's not showing it this year.
Yeah, I know some people are on opposite sides of it, because some people are well, can it be a super team? Isles doesn't have that same kind of brand name. Maybe Dokla doesn't have that same kind of brand name. But to me, it's the intent was clearly to build a super team because you're bringing in the most sought-after player in the West. Inspired, in my understanding, is the highest-paid player in all of the West. You're bringing in the MVP, multiple-time MVP. You're bringing in Berserker, who was an MVP in this league as well.
Yes.
You're pairing that up with Saint, who is this really highly touted prospect.
The votes are coming in too.
It's interesting, because I can see how their performance maybe doesn't do that, but I think the intent was to build a super team.
Yes.
The intent from Lyon, from everything I've heard, was we're putting together a roster that will be the best in the LCS and we will win. And to me, that's kind of the definition of trying to build a super team.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think my definition is just different because I'm really pedantic about the super team like moniker in terms of, I feel like all the players across the board kind of have to be big names. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of like true super teams like we were able to in the past, and a lot of that actually I think just has to do with like contract and salary. But the thing I will agree with, despite the fact that I wouldn't call them a super team, is that Lyon had very specific reasoning for building this roster. They're like, you know what, Saint is still really, really good. Yeah. Inspired, former MVP, best jungler in the LCS. We're going to add back Berserker, who we've talked about, despite the fact that he was on a bad team, especially in the beginning of LCK last year, was playing really, really well individually. And then obviously they had some top lane issues too with Zamudo, unfortunately. We all saw the announcement the other day where he wasn't able to get the visa and now is no longer on the team. But that to me shows that at least, regardless of whether you want to apply the super team name, there was a lot of intent and good intent around building this roster the way it was.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much, in a way, like encapsulated the thought that pre-split Griffin had about this team. Because it's like, yes, this is pre-split, the interview that he had with me here. Go check it out on his channel if you can. But like the idea is like, if you're going into a mindset of you can't beat anyone, then it's just dumb. But even though I think Inspired is the best jungle, he perceived that, probably still does to this day. Like that team has a lot of question marks because of course you can look towards the talent across the board. Top lane was a big question mark. I mean, Dokla came in, that not the intended top laner, probably not the top laner that they were practicing in Korea with. And then the bot lane, you have Isles, even Berserker, of course, like the time that he had on DNF is something you probably want to forget. So it's like the question marks are there, especially with the idea like this team might boom at some point. But I feel like that is still relevant to this day.
I definitely think it is. And I mean, I think as a jungler, you have to have high confidence. I think it really, just as any player, you have to have a lot of confidence, but especially when you're jungling against someone that you really respect. If you think this guy's the best jungler in the league and you're giving him too much respect, like you kind of already lost, right? Because as a jungler, you are working with imperfect information, right? You're having to make a lot of assumptions. You're having to make guesses on what they will do, what they will spend their time on, where they will be. And if you just assume that they are always making the correct play, I can't gank bot because he's going to be in the brush. I can't go top because then he'll take the dragon. You know, like if you're already in that mindset, you're already losing, right? And I think that is why it is so important for a young player like Griffin to have that confidence. And hopefully he can still maintain the confidence after kind of getting ran by Blabber in 2 series in a row.
And honestly, you need to get ran in the way that you did to be able to learn. Because the fact that he's just like basically just ramming his head into every scuttle crab and it not working, those are just video evidence that you can look back rather than basically never making a play at all.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to have that moment if you want to be able to be seen as an underdog. But also just like, if you never really take those actions, then you never really learn. And I feel like you've probably had the most growing period in the last 2 series you can have. So it's going to be fun to see.
It will, and I mean, Inspired, he's playing now against FlyQuest. You know, he is the former jungler that Griffin has obviously been brought in for. But Inspired had so much success, you know, with FlyQuest. He had won, you know, trophies. He'd gone international, and going into Worlds last year, we were talking about them as like, can they finally take down an LPL, a big LPL or LCK team? Because they have been close in best-of-5 series multiple times against top-level teams in the world. 5 games against Gen G, you know, 5 games against the LPL. It did not, you know, end up, you know, being that kind of fairy tale story where they would win. But 4 titles, 2 MVPs, 2 first-team All-Pros, an insane win rate.
A player of the year as well, put that in there.
73% win rate across that many games is actually insane.
It's wild. I mean, this is what he was essentially brought in for. I mean, you have a player that found that success when he was on Evil Geniuses, found that
like any team with him on it might be considered super.
That's all you need.
The audience agrees with me. Maybe they are also pedantic about what a super team
A super team just needs a Superman.
But as we know, it did not end well for Inspired on FlyQuest, as we saw from a documentary that was released by them immediately after Worlds.
Yeah, because you guys have all NPCs and me and Whipple are wanting to win, so we will tell you exactly what to do on stage. But
so why don't you do it in scripts?
Because you guys are NPCs. Just make a decision. I don't care about winning.
I literally said, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that what happened in the video, I don't regret it. I think that's what it takes to win, and I also think that no one really takes it too personally. And I also think that it was kind of a weird situation for us. I was pretty disappointed on how we were doing because we're together as a team for 2 years at this point. It was our like 4th international, and I still didn't feel like it was changing much. It felt like every international we were going to felt kind of similar. So that's why I got a bit frustrated that we didn't really do better than at the before tournaments. But I still would do the same probably if I was in that situation. I think that's what it takes to win. And if someone has a different approach, then command me and and beat me, and then we'll talk about it. So yeah.
And I can definitely respect that perspective, because at the end of the day, like, you do have to have those hard conversations. Like, did he need to approach it in that exact way? No, he probably could approach it a little bit better way. But you do need to be able to give like harsh criticism and honest feedback in these situations. And you know, it's going to get a little bit heated, especially when you go international. Talk to any player who's gone international. Yeah. You are going to get ran in scrims sometimes by the very best teams in the world. It is going to get frustrating. You have to be able to work through that. And Inspired is someone who's going to say it like he sees it.
And I just love the ending of that being basically, hey, if you have a different viewpoint, beat me and show me. Because like, that is just the reality of how strong he is as a player and that he wants to demand, and you will always get honesty from him, and that's something you will value as a team.
It really is, and I got to actually interview Inspired earlier in the day to get his thoughts on facing his former team. Hello, I am here with Inspired ahead of your matchup against FlyQuest. You just told me you have never played against a former team before, so you are going to be going up against FlyQuest, team you spent quite a bit of time with, had a lot of success with. How does that feel?
Feels pretty exciting. I don't know how it's going to feel on the Rift. I mean, it feels weird to play against a team you know so well, and there are 3 players I played with for a while. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So since you played with, especially, you know, Masu and Quad for a long time, do you feel like there's, you know, certain things that you could maybe take advantage of? You're thinking about, oh, like, I always hated it when Quad did this, like a weakness I could take advantage of Masu, or anything like that you're thinking about when you're going into this matchup?
No, not really, honestly. I think, I mean, I know how they play, but they just play well. So it's like there's nothing like specific that you can take advantage of. Yeah, I think Masu just doesn't like when not much is happening, so he'll for sure make stuff happen in the game, on the map. So, yeah.
That's cool. So since you are playing against some of your former friends, your former teammates, whatever, or current friends, I guess, how do you think that changes like the dynamic? Like, do you feel like going into it, you're like, okay, I really want to kill Masu, I really want to kill Quad, or like, you know, I gotta let them know that I'm the better jungler, you know, they're missing out. Like, do you have any of that kind of dynamic with them?
I mean, not really. I just wanna. I don't really wanna like get kills on them. I'd rather just kill their Nexus. Yeah, I think I'm fine going 0 kills as long as we win. So I don't really think about killing Masu or Quad. I just want to win. So yeah.
So even if it's the E-Kitten gameplay, you're playing Ivern, and you're going 0-0-16.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, sounds good. Well, best of luck, Inspired. Looking forward to the game today.
On the prize. I just want to kill the Nexus.
I respect it, man.
True. Yeah. I like the idea of like, Masu just does not like the game going slow.
I did like the way he snuck that in there, just because so many LCS teams, we've been all about like ganking that 2v2 bot lane, or like how we can affect that 2v2 bot lane. And, you know, Masu and Cryogen, they've been known for stepping a little far forward.
Just the idea of like not having faced your former team before. Like, that is a unique thing for how long of a career that he's had, like going into like playing in Europe, playing in North America for the long time that he's had. It is a weird feeling that he has not had that yet.
And it sounds weird, but no, he actually broke it down for me when I was like, oh, how's it going to be going against your former team? He's like, well, I've never done that before. I was like, huh? And he goes, well, after Rogue, I came to NA, and after EG boomed, and it was a new org, so he had never actually played against his former org. He's like, I played against lots of players I used to play with, but never a former org, so that's a new experience for him.
It is for sure unique that he doesn't have that feeling of like, I want to beat my old team, because every other player we talk to definitely has that feeling. Not necessarily like, I want to kill this guy, but like, it's like, I want to show that I was the reason that we won. So it's nice to be able to have that mentality, because it definitely, I think, we need to be able to go back to every kind of matchup in which you're facing your former team, because they'll either play worse than they usually do because they're overthinking it, but to have that sense of clarity, you need it in a loser's bracket match like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Inspired's looking to prove something, but I think Masu on the other side is looking to prove something. A lot of people, I feel like, were thinking, you know what, Busio's gone, this bot lane from FlyQuest, it's not going to be very good anymore. Cryogen, I think, was like the least hyped addition to the team as well. But I feel like they are absolutely killing it. And I want to talk about their 2v2 as a bot lane, because I don't know if this is going to be considered a hot take. I think they are the best laning 2v2 right now in the league. And I want to draw some attention to that, give them some credit. So this is from the series. It's going to be all 3 games against C9. Yes, their team did get blown out. But this is, pretty losing 2v2 matchup. They're playing the Jhin Alistar. They're going up against Nico as well as the Corki. So this is considered a losing 2v2. But they've taken a couple good trades. They've whittled them down a little bit. And we're going to start to watch through how they played out some of these lanes to get some really good advantages. Sven steps just a split second too far forward. Cryogen flash combos him, instant W root, and they're going to get a really big chunk in onto Sven through the barrier. But the wave is crashing. It's a cannon wave. Sven decides, you know what? I think we can defend the dive. We still have heal on Vulcan. I'm not going to actually look to base. But I really love how they set this up. You can see that it's going to be the Alistar on the minimap. He's going to be moving up to try to get a little bit of vision behind them. Sven is trying to play behind Vulcan to try to play this pretty carefully. And what Masu is going to do is he's actually going to get that 4th shot ready to prep a dive here in onto Sven. So the ward has been placed over on the minimap. And look at this. He doesn't rush it because Vulcan knows he wants to get him rooted up and peel for him immediately. So before he actually lets this 4-shot rip, he waits out most of the root. And then right as the root is about to expire, look at that. Root expires, barrier, Q, 4th shot, gets Sven incredibly low, then pulls back, didn't take the early tower aggro. And Cryogen, who's on Spellbook Ghost here, is just going to be able to pop the trample and Ghost in on his Sven, take him out. I feel like this was really well played in the 2v2 in a losing matchup. Very nicely done. So that's that first game they get a kill here. This one, let's be honest, it's more of a C9 mistake, but again, putting themselves in a position to actually capitalize. They're playing, this scaling matchup. They're again in what Vulcan was calling a losing matchup. Vulcan hits a bubble here in onto Masu, and this is where it is going to be more of that mistake from Sven, where he gets polymorphed up, and then coming out of the polymorph, you're going to notice he dashes right in, goes too close, going to get knocked up by the wild growth. Then comes that ulti with the white gun, and he's just going to kind of get trained down. Sven definitely could have played this differently, but again, it is a well-played 2v2 from FlyQuest. They got 3-0'd, but back-to-back games, 2v2 kills in this bot lane. And it's not just this series that they did it. They did a bunch of other series. This game, there wasn't a 2v2 kill, but this is, again, using their priority bot. Sven thinks that they've based. They actually lost some skirmishes down around bot side. And even the last game, Sven even had first blood going into that fight, but they still kill him off. This time, it's just a good trap that they've laid here for Sven. They catch him as he's trying to push out the weight, thinking that they are on a base timing, gets that 2v1 kill. And this is something they've done really consistently, I think, throughout the entire season. People really do remember that Aphelios Thresh game that they played, where they were getting tons of 2v2 kills. But I feel like they have just been performing at such a high level in the 2v2, which is something I just wasn't expecting. I thought Cryogen was going to need more time. I thought they were going to need more time to gel. Things have not been perfect for them by all means, especially outside of lane. And in a lot of these games, they were losing skirmishes on bot side. But, they're actually 2v2 laning. Damn, they're really good, really fast.
Yeah, and it makes things particularly tough for Lyon because I actually think a bright spot for them has been their bot lane. Yeah. Obviously, I know part of it was they did go up against, a substitute bot lane in Dignitas, as you see, but the way they were able to take advantage of so many of these 2v2s was really, really nice to see from Berserker's first game back, right? And I think overall, Berserker and Isles have actually been performing pretty well for them. With the bot lane focus, I feel like it's definitely something that Lyon can kind of rely on as a potential strong point in the map, which is particularly tough now going up against FlyQuest because I actually fully agree that, Fly's bot lane has been their strength. But here are some stats, and I was kind of surprised when I was looking this up how high these two were in a lot of statistics in the LCS as a duo lane, because I feel like with Lyon's kind of struggles compared to expectations, especially with the names on this roster, like we already talked about, they've quietly been incredibly solid for the team.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think this team was built to really be able to play through their bot lane. If they're not playing through their bot lane, they're going to struggle because I think that they're really not built towards playing towards top side at all. Saint has been failing a lot actually. So bot lane has to be it. So that's why, for my predictions that I just have it going for Lyon. And I have it going for Lyon 3-1. I think they're a team that really needed the break. I think they're a team that has an exceptional jungler that will play through it pretty frequently. So I have it going for Lyon 3-1. Oh, you agree with me?
No, mine was actually supposed to be a FlyQuest.
Because you told me to agree.
I'll be like honest. That's,
Okay.
That's a graphic mistake. I said 3-1 FlyQuest.
Okay.
Because I think, so I agree. I actually do think, like I said, Lyon's bot lane, great thing for them to play around, and Inspired, still really creative, great jungler. However, I really, really like what FlyQuest have been doing. I think they have a willingness to go in and a really good synergy that thus far Lyon lack. So going into this, that's why I did favor FlyQuest, because I felt like from what I'd seen from both teams, FlyQuest were just moving a lot more as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only thing for me to add is I think Lyon's mistakes are less early game and more a lot of throws late game. And we don't have any more time to talk about this, so let's start the show!
Let's start the show!
Hello and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena, where Super Week continues with another elimination best of 5. Up first, FlyQuest are looking fresh with a rebuilt roster, but they'll need to learn from their recent losses to continue their tournament lives. Their opponent, a Lyon yet to find its claws. With pressure mounting, this would-be super team needs to find their footing now. 2 teams enter the elimination series, 1 continues through the bracket. Lyon versus FlyQuest starts right now.
And to me, the biggest story is Inspired against his former team. They accomplished so much together on FlyQuest. Now, he's not going up against all 4 of his former teammates, but it's his former org, his former mid laner, and his former AD carry.
I was really hoping that we'd get a little bit more out of the interview, too.
Yeah,
he was just
pretty
like,
tame.
you know, I just want to win versus them, and they're both just good players. They play well. The little tiniest
More
kernel.
is there.
The
More is
tiniest
there.
kernel that he gave was that sometimes Masu gets bored and creates action.
Relatable.
And that is not always the best aspect of an AD carry. That's So we'll see. Yeah, Masu, I think, though, as an individual, this split has been performing extremely well. Has really been a big carry force for FlyQuest, and the bottom lane definitely will be a big topic here as we get into the series.
And I think he's been working so well with this rookie support Cryogen coming in. They've been smashing a lot of their lanes, C9 series aside, but even there, they still had a couple of really highlight moments, as Azale was talking about during the pre-show. So I think bot lane for the side of FlyQuest, absolutely. But I also want to talk about Lyon, because they're on a different type of pressure. FlyQuest, I think, were on general, like, lower on the power rankings. They had a lot of new players coming in. We weren't sure where to put them. Lyon, they spent big. They got a flashy roster. They also find themselves in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. I feel like when you sign Inspired, last year's Player of the Year, and then you also bring Berserker, a former LCS MVP, back to the LCS, your expectations immediately get very high. And I think FlyQuest reset the expectations by going with such a young roster, but then when they did win those first 2 series, put high expectations on themselves kind of right away. So both these teams will have pressure in this elimination best of 5.
And a big topic has been the solo lanes, especially for Lyon. So, you know, starting this draft out here with what I foresee to be an Orianna Azir trade. There's always other angles you can go for, of course, like, you know, if you really want to, you know, attack the Orianna in a different way, but that is simply the most common. We'll see if Lyon end up taking that for Saints, but, you know, you kind of favor Quad and Gakkos actually as individual solo laners going into this. Inspired being on Nocturne, though, I always do really like Nocturne compositions with Crazy Engage. Nico and Nocturne already turn out the lights, and Nico guaranteed engages here. So very, very strong way to attack a low mobility carry like Orianna. So clearly Lyon expecting this and trying to set up something to attack it with.
Pretty good denial pick, but I'll also say Saint has 0 Azir games in 2026, even though it was highly played by him last year. He was 1-4 on it. So technically in the last 2 years, he's got 1 Azir win, so I wouldn't mind him playing it if I'm scouting him as the FlyQuest side. Also, the Ashe Seraphine just slammed early by Monster Cryogen. It's been a duo that we've seen increasing priority on throughout the globe. The Azir would make a lot of sense, especially with the Akali ban, kind of pushing him more towards that trade. Standard picks, but just, Saint going for his second Azir win in the last 2 years.
He's tried.
When you put it that way.
I'm less confident suddenly. I'm really liking what FlyQuest have put together with these three, though. The Nocturne denial for the Orianna, the Knockwave combo won't be there, but still Nico Nocturne's great. I just don't see exactly what the rest of what Lyon is trying to do with this Azir. It's a flexible pick, but like I see clear identity with FlyQuest's side. Great team fight tools and kite back potential. When does CLG play, Kobe? As that sign was just asking.
Too soon, Kangas.
Too soon?
It's too soon to make those jokes, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Give me another 5 years.
Can we get that sign removed?
Give me another 5 years. No, I think I love Ashe Seraphine bottom lane, so getting some very, very strong lane phase out of Maso and Cryogen. Again, this is something that we're all talking about coming into the series, and I like where their heads are at. The other big topic, of course, as we get to a couple more, I consider Mundo a jungle ban at the moment. As we do get some jungle bans here, big topic is Griffin, and people I think are overreacting to FlyQuest and Griffin just getting blasted by Cloud9 at the hands of Blabber.
Okay.
That being said.
Yeah,
now
Inspired's going to be
Inspired.
easy.
It's not an easier jungle opponent here. You got Inspired, the MVP of the entire league. So we'll see how he holds up. These are clearly 2 targeted Griffin bans here. The Volley Bear still very much viable with the Dusk and Dawn, despite the individual nerfs there to the champion, and it's still can be said that it's flexible to top lane.
It could be. I'd say Griffin's had a different champion pool than most. He's definitely played more unique champions than anyone else on his team, so it also makes sense that Lyon would be throwing bans at him, because the Ambessa ban even could be a ban directed at Griffin as well. Jhin makes sense into something like Ashe Seraphine. I think it is difficult to pick an actual winning lane against Ashe Seraphine, so if he is able to add a little bit of long-range CC, that can help the Nocturne and Azir swoop in and get some executes on the 2 squishies.
Also saving counter pick here for Dokla, who so far has had a less than stellar performance. When we looked at the kind of would-be super team for Lyon, I was definitely expecting more out of a top laner like Dokla. He's going to be playing into a Scion, as that's locked in here for Gakkos.
Very good scaling team fight here for FlyQuest. They've got huge front-to-back set up for themselves. Let's see. Carry jungler kind of expected, but you also need some good ball delivery for the Orianna. Okay, so technically you can do Scion jungle as well. So these 2 are swappable, both Gwen and Scion.
This is really interesting, actually.
It happens with a lot of tops and jungles now because they keep adding monster modifiers to all these top laners. So either of those could be swapped.
Scion jungle keeps having this really high win rate, but I just feel like it's probably awful.
I have some good lore. Actually, I played Scion jungle versus Inspired in the show match. When we had to be, we had to be
Mordekaiser.
We had to be Noxus champions.
Yeah.
And the other one.
Okay.
Oh.
Scion jungle's not bad. You can stack up your Soul Furnace really, really quickly off of jungle camps. But since it's a Renekton, just throw the Scion up there.
I mean, Jungle Gwen makes the most sense for Griffin. It's something he can farm fast and try and carry with.
Use that Dusk and Dawn power with the champion, even with Gwen getting targeted with some nerfs, of course, afterwards.
So there we go. We still got the Dusk and Dawn champ, even if it's not the Volley Bear. So what do we think then about overall strength of these compositions? I still really like what FlyQuest have put together. I feel like it's going to be really effective front-to-back team fighting. With Lyon, I'm seeing more kind of sneaky picks. The Nocturne, the Nico ultimate, flanking Renekton. It's going to be more an execution from my perspective.
I think it hinges on how well some of the early stages of the game go for Lyon. If they have enough damage to actually make these quick engages result in kills. If they have enough damage for a Nocturne Nico engage to result in lethal kills, then I think it's fine. But if you get to the point where it's like, wow, there's a beefy Scion standing in front of us, and there's a Seraphine on that team, you know, and they're all 5 together, and you're trying to like crack into this crazy strong like set up front to back 5-on-5, FlyQuest definitely have a pretty good option there. Lots of heals and shields on that team.
Burden of execution for Lyon, where FlyQuest drafting a front-to-back team composition. Pressure's on for both of these teams. A loss means elimination from lock-in tournament. A win means you continue through the lower bracket for 2 orgs and 2 teams that have high expectations and high goals for themselves. Lyon versus FlyQuest begins right now.
This is fun. You know, we get to see if this FlyQuest like Cinderella story where they had so much success at the beginning of lock-in, if did they actually turn back into a pumpkin, or was it just Cloud9 beating them a bunch?
That's going to be a question.
Oh, so they were the carriage in this.
Cloud9's beat them in half of the games that we've had in this whole lock-in. We've only playing for 4 weeks. They beat them 4 times. But I think the big story still is Inspired and all the success he had on FlyQuest, and then FlyQuest really breaking apart and just kind of going all over the globe this year. Kind of a where are they now, because we know Inspired here on Lyon trying to make this team work, trying to get back to that LCS championship form that FlyQuest had in 2025. Quad and Masu sticking around on FlyQuest. I feel like they were the 2 most lowly rated players on FlyQuest when people were talking about this team preseason. They have a lot to prove as well.
They're also 2 of the most like soft-spoken pro players that we do have. You know, so they didn't really put themselves out there a lot. I think Masu has done a good job recently with you know, doing a lot more interviews and you know, getting his opinions out there. But I honestly feel like his consistent play has really been the highlight. So we'll see if Masu and Quad can show Inspired that it was not the correct choice to leave them.
And I'm really curious how much these lanes end up fistfighting early, because the Lounge did a great job talking about how Masu and Quad have been playing so aggressive. But Berserker Isles have some of the best laning stats of all the bot lanes that we've seen as well. But then on the other side, Dokla is a player who hasn't necessarily been laning that well, needs to really push the tempo on Gakos. But then we have 2 full farming junglers, so how much of the lane is really going to be battling?
Well, I would say that if you look at the matchups, Dokla's playing Renekton and a Scion, so should be completely fine early, and he should have an early CS lead.
But how much is he going to be pushing the lead is kind of the question I'm seeing.
I mean, he just went for a heavy trade there. Gakos is in threat of just getting popped right now if he missteps against that Renekton.
So they've got pushing lanes for both sides, which is, you know, this early game that we were going to have a close magnifying glass on for Lyon. Bottom lane able to get their push in, able to get their recall off here for the extra Cole for Masu. Or excuse me, Boots picked up for Masu, Cole picked up for Berserker off of their recall and reset here. Meanwhile, Dokla just keeping the pressure up on Gakos on the top side, but should be able to get his recall off with a fairly decent buy and not really be in trouble. Here comes Inspired for his first visit.
Has the Nocturne coming in from the flank. Griffin is nearby too, pops the Ghost, and will push Inspired off of his mid laner. So junglers will just high five in the mid lane. That is a summoner spell advantage technically for Inspired though, because Ghost was popped by Griffin.
It's actually a slight efficiency boost for Inspired as well. He did a Raptor start, whereas Griffin did the traditional buff start into clearing down. So Inspired's actually going to clear a couple more camps and probably end up going with a level 5 recall and have a little bit more gold on his first full clear plus 3 camps.
Yeah, that's why he pulled off the play so quickly. You can see as soon as he sees this Gwen, I'm out of here. Just starts walking away. Doesn't care about it as all. Need to get into the rest of finishing the clear. And Griffin onto the Krugs at the moment. So Inspired does have alone time here versus
Shop though.
His other previous teammates.
He's channeling the back right now, so looks like he's going to complete that as Root lands from Cryogen onto Isles. Some good chunk.
Yeah, Inspired did accomplish so much on this FlyQuest team though. Team accomplishments, but also individual accomplishments. So he spent 2 full years on this FlyQuest org, winning time and time again. I mean, we can look right here. 2nd place in spring, and then pretty much all championships. Split 1, rough little best of 3 loss that they had over in Brazil. Other than that, total domination. But individual, 73% win rate, 2 MSIs, 2 Worlds, 2 MVPs, 2 first-team All-Pros, and 4 titles. Just an incredible 2-year run for him.
Yeah, FlyQuest really did dominate, you know, for several years there. So It was a huge blow to the region, honestly, when the team blew up last year and when they were unable to accomplish their goals at Worlds. And, you know, as we saw in the original graphic, them kind of taking their separate paths and going their own ways afterwards. It's always fun to check back in and see who is going to land on their feet.
And it's tough for, you know, Inspired to leave that strong roster of FlyQuest. You see all those accolades he had, and so far has not replicated that on Lyon yet. They are in the lower bracket, and we haven't really seen the team come together. Even if individually, I'm still impressed with Inspired's play.
And I do, since it's a pretty slow game, we need to bring this up. Griffin has 8 crab deaths in 2026. Kobe, there's only been 11 games. But it does actually look like he's changing. He's not even contesting the top crab.
Well, it's because the top crab here is. Wait a second. Are they doing anything besides stealing away Raptors? Okay.
Inspired's is level 6 now.
The top crab is less significant because the Dragon's on bomb side, but they're camping here to wait for Inspired to come back to.
Oh, but he's actually in some trouble. It was spotted out. Inspired guessed it, and now Griffin. It's not a crab death. But it is still a death around the objective. First blood picked up by Lyon.
So it's kind of crab adjacent though,
yeah.
because of the top crab. Inspired got level 6 off of the top crab, and that led to his death because he got ulted on in there.
Do we add?
So is it
like
a 9 now? Is this like a 0.5?
No, I think it's
that's an arrow.
What is Jack?
Why are you writing this so bad, Kobe? Kobe, learn how to use the telestrator, man.
You know, he blames it on me. Here's what, you know, it's actually a Raptor death.
Oh, Saints going in for his own 1v1 right now. Emperor's Divide on the quad, trying to find a 1v1. Shockwave used defensively. Quad's trying to get out of there. Has to flash as well. Bot lane, meanwhile, Masu gets flashed out of Berserker as Krajan will block the deadly flourish. So action in 2 lanes as Kobe will learn how to use the prompter soon.
You're turning against me also? You're backing up this propaganda?
Oh, current call now.
How much did you pay him, Jack?
Berserker lands 1, lands 2, and picks up a 2nd kill for the team.
I mean, this game has turned in Lion's favor based off of Inspired using his level 6 timing, and then also, since they had really pushed Griffin back to base, used his ghost, delayed his farm, then the lanes just kind of went to town. So this is just straight up 2v2 outplay here. Not only did they get the early advantage in this lane by pushing Masu back to base early, it means Berserker can ping level 6 first. As soon as he sits level 6, they just open up. Kraujin would have had to dodge 2 more after that if he'd used his flash, and Berserker does a great job getting that kill.
Nice.
Nice.
That is the experience of you know, the mid laner that wasn't really involved in either of the kills. You know, sweet. I mean, he got the credit for the kill over the Raptor wall, but the bottom side kill. I mean, this game is basically level 6 timer the difference.
Yes,
actually, yeah, that's a good point. But it is FlyQuest, regardless of losing those 2 kills, going for the dragon early. Lyon do have a couple members nearby, but Inspired has 5 seconds on his ultimate. FlyQuest, Dragon's at 1500. Should be able to smite it and walk away, but Inspired does have the ult now. Do they go for the paranoia play? He goes in, has Saint right behind him. Isles roaming up as well. In comes the Azir. They have the damage for the kill, and it's Griffin that goes down. This time Inspired with the kill credit.
Inspired definitely trying to carry on Blabber's string of punishment on Griffin from the last 2 best of series they've played, shutting him down. Interesting with these 2 team compositions, it's very important that FlyQuest gets the Drake, but Lyon is doing a really good job playing around Inspired's alt-timers. That's 2 for 2 on ults to kills.
As now Dokla goes for a heavy trade onto Gatgos, pops the Dominus, as Gatgos will get back to the safety of his turret, so no kill there from the Renekton.
I feel bad for Griffin, man. I mean, they walked in, they tried to make their play on the respawn on Raptors, but you don't mess with Inspired jungle timers like that. You know, he's not gonna let you steal away camp just because the crab was on the top side, and the game has only just begun, and yet I already feel like my conclusion is already like it's gonna be the same thing. It's actually the pumpkin of FlyQuest. Over a 2,000 gold lead, only 9 minutes into the game. Yeah. And it happened in a very similar way where it is jungle focused and they're just attacking Griffin over and over again.
And he picked, I mean, no one's played Jungle Gwen in the LCS so far. You need Dusk and Dawn before you're really effective.
Yeah, I mean, you're a carry champion. You need farm in general too.
Yep.
So.
And I also think, like, he was just trying to get his farm. He's saying, okay, he's taking top crab. Let me do something else. But The problem with playing against Inspired is he knows what something else is. If you're not contesting his top grab, where else is he going to be? And they found him perfectly.
And also, it's communication there with their bottom lane. You know, it's like it's not just them collapsing. Inspired is communicating with his teammates. Hey, defend this camp.
Yep.
And they do get it. So, yeah, it makes the game pretty hard for FlyQuest. But I guess you can say they can still try and stick to the game plan of, hey, we are going to look to play off our synergy as a 5-on-5 comp. You know, we have Seraphine, we have Orianna Shields, we have a really beefy front line. And so we're still going to try and get as much money as we can into the Gwen, Orianna, and Ashe, and we'll still try and group up.
We did see at least Griffin's getting objectives. He got the dragon, even if he dies. He gets the 3 grubs, so he is still being active on the map, regardless of Inspired kind of shutting him down in the early game.
Yeah, active.
Sure. Active, yeah. We like active junglers right now as Dokla might see some action up top side here. The Sion ult goes in, lands the first knock up. Will follow up with a decimating smash. Griffin is there for the damage. Needlework comes through. Dokla has the Dominus and will pop it. Heals as he rushes away. Flash to safety, and Dokla does get out of there.
Inspired thinking about a counterplay here.
Low health bars on 2 members. He just jumps past the Scion, straight on the Griffin. Another kill to Inspired. Flash out from Gakkos. And he gets back to the turret, but Inspired just continually punishing Griffin.
Yeah, the other thing is that Nocturne is one of the best, you know, like responding type junglers. Bottom side, they're gonna make their own play again.
Flash on the both. Root follow up on Amasu. Berserker's trying to get that damage in, and in comes the mid laner. Flash over the arrow from Saint. Shuffle on to Masu, but he's under the turret. Gonna be taking up a lot of damage. Masu sets up quad for the shutdown as Berserker's now gonna look at Cryogen in the alcove. We'll pick that one up. 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane.
Almost a perfect play by Lyon and Saint there. Used the flash. Think that made all the adrenaline just fire off, and he forgot that the turret did damage. He sits in the turret and dies to Quad's Orianna. But it is really just Inspired dominating Griffin here, and it's, well, it's a bit of...
There's a little more, too. Bottom lane's kind of dominating.
Yeah, they are. Okay.
They're dominating, too.
So the 2 former MVPs doing some work.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Making things happen. We're going to watch this play one more time. This is all started by Saint basing, teleporting, knowing that they can make a play off the Nico ultimate. Flashes over it, insane timing, but then goes a little too far back for the swoop. Then Masu flashes back in, Orianna ball arrives from Quad, and it makes it a bit more of an even trade.
Yeah, I mean, Isles, I feel like Isles deserves so much credit here for this Nico ult, getting both of them on the edge and then barely surviving there, kind of kiting away too.
I'm still alive.
Not for long it wasn't. What's the timestamp on that? Yeah, honestly, it looked funny if you looked at Berserker during that, because he clearly like, oh, you know, we got our 2 kills here, like we dominated the bottom lane. But then he sees Saint under tower and he turns around and he's like, well, okay, I can ult, I guess. I'll try and follow up. And so there's a little bit of like comic relief, I think, in this game that was needed because it was so one-sided.
I mean, Griffin might be trying again, but I mean, Inspired
is here.
Dude,
again. Back to back right now. In goes Griffin, pops a needlework. Immediate paranoia response. Inspired is on Griffin like butter on toast. It's going to be 2 kills picked up by Lyon.
He's locked in.
Yeah.
Chad, I'm telling you, this
Even mid lane struggling, guys. That's another roam. Berserker walking up from bottom lane. Saint with the scoop. Quad goes down 8-1 for Lyon.
FlyQuest are the youngest roster in the LCS that we have had in a very, very, very long time. And the kids are just getting beat up on the Rift today, Chad.
So they were actually, by average age, the youngest Tier 1 roster this year at the start of the year. And it's showing up a little bit in this game. I will say a lot of their losses, as ugly as this looks right now, have followed a somewhat similar trajectory. Because if you take this game as an example, after Griffin gives up that first kill, they have the Orianna Scion, Ashe Seraphine, and the Nocturne can counter gank any move Griffin makes.
Yep.
You kind of need to stop making moves. Like, you needed to be patient, but Griffin always seems to want to try and win the game back in the next fight, and it's just sending them further and further behind.
Another thing is that Inspired is a really good Nocturne player because he always remains efficient and he almost never gives away his position. So it makes it hard when you're like, yeah, okay, are we just supposed to never make moves now because we don't know where Inspired is? So you have to.
That is what he'd like you to think.
So you have to assume that he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. So you're like, well, I don't see Inspired, so he's probably gonna ult counter me. Turns out, yes, 2 out of 2 times he was there at the. Actually, 3 out of 3 times.
Yep.
He was exactly there.
They spotted him there. They know that Inspired's topside currently.
Okay, we got eyeballs on him.
Yeah. Can we keep that tracking going? I don't think it's likely, unfortunately. Yeah, he's just been a menace so far and is getting a massive lead in the jungle. 1K individual lead for Inspired right now. And yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I was super impressed with Griffin in his debut. He had very aggressive jungle style, but then now last 2 weeks rather against Blabber, this week against Inspired, has been struggling much more to actually find these windows. We're seeing some of the weaknesses of these young junglers coming in, these young players getting punished by the vets.
Yeah, I mean, Inspired and Blabber didn't get to the top of the jungle food chain by chance, right?
Yeah.
These guys have been working for a long time and been recognized many, many years as being some of the best junglers. So very, very tough competition for Griffin and for FlyQuest, but it is resulting in a very one-sided match. And that dream of, oh, but look at our comp, you know, like, is getting pretty far out of reach.
It is, but objective bounties can be very swingy. They were on for a second. It looks like they just turned off, but even the individual bounties, Inspired will be worth about 800 gold to whoever kills him if he ends up going too deep and makes a mistake. Dusk and Dawn is completed. It's one of these games where 90% of the time Lion's going to win, but I would say in this season more than other seasons, I've seen more games slingshot backwards. So
yeah, I mean, even just yesterday, we almost saw DSG kind of slingshot Team Liquid. But it's still going to be difficult. I don't want to say like, oh yeah, like there's a great chance for FlyQuest to bounce back here. They got to find that avenue or find a way to slow the game down. Either way could work. Getting that first dragon will naturally slow down the dragon soul timer for Lion, but it could be a while until they're really comfortable to contest at these other objectives. But we got 2.5 minutes until that one. Right now, game could slow down a little bit more unless Lion want to be the one to make action happen right now.
Kobe, do you think Saint's going to build Proto Belt second on Azir?
No. Why did you ask that?
Because Chovy started building Proto Belt on everything, including Azir.
Okay.
And then last night, his opponent built it second on Azir.
Okay.
So it's just like, if Chovy does it, and you're especially someone who comes from LCKCL, why not do what Chovy does?
You know, that's a good point, actually.
That's a good argument, sure. And also, you could do it in a game where your team is already 5.5K gold ahead.
It gives you a little bit extra range. It's AP, health, haste item. Not that bad. It's cheap, 2650.
Okay. Down.
Yeah. I'm just
and
wondering.
Then you can go further under the turret next time, too.
Yeah.
No, then you can Proto Belt out from the turret.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. You know, let's ask the audience. Audience, do we think Saint's going to build Rocket Belt this game? Is it happening?
You can answer chat as
Rocket
well.
Belt is
I
here?
don't think so. No, they're
not.
not.
Okay.
They're not Chovy stands.
Okay.
They're not Chovy stands.
Yeah, I wonder what chat's saying. Maybe we can get a poll up of will he build that or not. Right now, Dokla is the target here for FlyQuest, though. They have multiple members nearby. Inspired is still hovering. It would be a 3v2, as Dokla will just pop the Dominus right away to clear out the wave.
Yeah, also prevents a possible dive. Inspired would have been there on Nocturne as well. Definitely Lion trying to play the control game. This is the type of game that Inspired would like to play. Only take the winning fights, farm as many minions as you can between those winning fights, and then kill the Nexus.
I think that is the type of game that most people would like to play. I would like to play that type of game where I'm just winning.
Yeah?
Seems ideal.
How do most of your games go, though?
It's very calm now from the side of Lion, since they have such a large lead to leverage. All you have to do is work off objective timers. 40 seconds on the next dragon. They go over to that. FlyQuest have a very difficult time stepping up to it. Then you can move right on over to the other side of the map, take down these side lane towers.
Jet, I see you're pointing out the Rocket Belt on Isles does not count. That is not on Azir. Nico, this is a normal one to buy.
I was actually wanting to point out
that's what you're
items
pointing
from
at.
Berserker to cut through the shields.
Well, I'm pointing at Dokla right now. The arrow goes wide. He's able to dodge that one, flashes the wall, and gets away from the attempted gank. That is not going to work out for Griffin right there. Yeah.
Left either.
And again, Dragon's coming up in 5 seconds, so this feels like a play that FlyQuest was trying to send it on the top side while they expected Lion to be setting up for this Dragon.
Yeah, which I think is correct. Try and play a cross-map play while the enemy takes a Dragon that you know you can't fight. So don't blame FlyQuest for going for that play. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't result in anything, but you can't really fight this dragon anyway because of the large gold lead here.
Saint is sitting on 3,200 gold, so he has enough to buy any item he wants.
He can one-shot.
Shadow Flame.
Bad news for you, Jet.
Well, he had enough money for it, so maybe he just... You're at the store, you see something for 3,200 and something for when you have all the money in your pocket.
Why get the budget option, you know?
Get the big one.
It's like you can add something that costs 5% more on your total order once you're spending enough. It's like that's a typical sales trick, you know? Yeah. All right, well, that is a second dragon now picked up here eventually for Lyon. As actually, no, it's going to be Paranoia popped to bot side instead. Inspired in a 1v1 right now, and he likes those odds. He will just slaughter Quad all on his own on a rampage.
See, I bet you that felt good. He said he wouldn't care about killing Quad, but if he's able to solo kill Quad in the side lane, it's got to feel nice.
I like that. I like that assessment right there. I expected them to just go straight to the dragon, but no, instead they go for the play. Now they'll get the dragon as Dokla finds Gakkos under turret right now. Just trying to get the damage on him instead of going for the wave. Gakkos has flash available and also has Griffin in his back pocket. Now they just turn back on a Dokla, slices away, dices back in. He still fancies the solo kill. Won't find it. Gakkos is out of there, but maybe they get Griffin. Isles roams all the way up. Pop Blossom stunned on the Griffin, and it's Saint with the kill credit. 0-5 for Griffin. Lyon with their 10th kill as a team.
Yeah, Big Dokes had a Spear of Sojin completed there and had the early Black Cleaver as well, so she's shred that Scion no problem.
Yeah. Say something nice, Kobe.
Lyon are looking really good today.
I agree. For what it's worth, both Team Liquid and Lyon had very high preseason hype.
Yeah.
Didn't deliver in the first 3 weeks of Swiss, but it's hard to make a full judgment on a team based off of 3 early weeks when everyone's coming in with visa delays, not having that much time practicing together. Now, this 2 weeks that both of these teams have had to kind of train in their time chamber, this is more the Lyon that people would expect to see.
So, question for you and chat, is that the earliest Baron that we've had in the LCS? I'm going to check with stats.
No way.
And we'll find it. Pretty early, but
I'm going to say no.
We have had a decent amount of one-sided games, so.
I bet you TL versus Shopify had an earlier Baron. That's my guess.
Oh, yeah? That is a very fast Baron.
What is the highest gold at 20, though?
Ooh.
7.4 thousand. It feels like the highest gold at 20.
It does.
Yeah, so this is matching the eye test.
I'm going through, it feels kind of like deja vu of like the games where Cloud9 were stomping FlyQuest. Because I felt bad during those ones also.
True.
And it was very similar, you know, it's like, oh, you know, Blabber invades Griffin. This time it was, you know, Griffin actually trying to go invade Inspired and steal, and mess with his camps. But it was kind of similar, you know, and then they continue to attack the jungle, and then there's no leverage there for FlyQuest. So I don't know, it's
and the biggest weakness of this FlyQuest team is playing with a deficit, right? Even the games that they won early on in the season against Shopify when they had the early deficit, the types of plays they go for are very similar. They're always trying to win back the deficit in a big way.
Yeah.
But in this game and in some of the C9 games, those big swings have missed and exposes them to get counterpunched in a heavy way.
And back to Kobe's earlier point, this is now back-to-back series here. I mean, this is only game one. We still have many more to play here.
Yeah,
but back-to-back,
calm down, buddy.
Yeah.
Just because it's happening one game doesn't mean this is going to happen all day.
But it is Griffin, a rookie. I still call him a rookie. I know he played one split down in LTA South last year. But still, very new jungler coming into the league. Playing against two of the GOATs. You know, it's Blabber, it's Inspired. So I think we're starting to see why these two junglers are held to such high esteem when they're able to make again, I'm going to call him a rookie, look like this. Despite Griffin having a fantastic debut, has now been kind of shut down the last couple of games here, as Inspired will continue to shut him down. I mean, at this point, there's really nothing for FlyQuest to farm. Like, they're getting every wave pushed in with the Baron buff. They're losing their jungle camps. It's getting so difficult as Gakkos looks for the unstoppable onslaught and will not land it onto Dokla.
And Lyon is also playing really well. They are pushing waves in a safe way. Inspired has been hiding his position really smartly. I think the fact that he successfully countered Griffin on his first 4 moves has then also dissuaded you from even going for more moves. So FlyQuest is giving up most of their waves. They have to give up most of their camps, and it's a big snowball.
Yeah, and because the jungle story is so interesting and big with Inspired playing against his former teammates and his former organization, you know, it might take some of the camera time away from the bottom lane. But Berserker and Isles were really smurfing this game too. Isles had some really good engages. Berserker was absolutely destroying them down there. And there's another one.
Paranoia underneath the turret, onto Quad, trying to all in with the help of Saint. Quad has the stasis. Zonia's popped, and the turret falls, and Lion still get the kill. Turret and kill, credit to Lion.
It's just such a value, pick to steal away Nocturne from an Orianna, because not only do you deny the Nocturne and Orianna on the same team, the synergy for the ball delivery, but it's also one of the best champs at attacking Orianna in the side lane.
Okay, but now Griffin has a window. We just saw Inspired bot side. Does he want to loop around?
How many
it's
times
scary.
have they
Teleport
tried?
coming in. Yeah, this is a lot of effort into this top half, and now Dokla is just finding himself in a 1v1 with Isles behind. Flash out of Gakkos. Pop Blossom should knock him up. Cryogen trying to keep his top laner alive. Not long enough. Griffin jumps in. So does Masu. Flash away. Dokla's on top of him. Double kill to Saint, and he'll shovel away. Quadra kill to Saint. A penta? No, just the quadra kill to the mid laner, but Lion showing up huge in the top lane again.
Quad was already dead, so it couldn't have been a penta, but he killed all 5 of them.
Delayed.
Yeah.
Delayed.
God, man, 15-1, Kobe?
This is not what we expect. Oh, we're just doing it again? We're just doing it on repeat. Shane Paranoia, bot side, welcome back to the Rift Quad. We took that one personally. Ace for Dokla.
And they've got the preset white flags to go up when all opponents are dead.
Oh my God.
Like that, usually those are kind of like funny, but when it's actually a beatdown like this, it just feels mean.
One of you said earlier, it's like, the veterans beating up the kids. It's feeling like an episode of Always Sunny right now. Like, this is getting a little ridiculous. 16-1. Okay, so this is the top lane play. I didn't know which one we were coming back to. This is a teleport from Lion to help defend Dokla.
Yeah, and just watch the Azir Saint approach this play. He gets the first one. He's going to be able to get all 4. Very fed at the moment. Death Cap, Soul Stealer completed after this fight. Literally feels like he 2-hits Griffin. 1 ult and then an auto attack. My reaction too. I thought it was a penta because the quadra kill happened so fast.
And also there's still the Scion. We see the Scion die, but then there's the zombie. Yeah.
Actually, my favorite part of that fan replay is nobody else is reacting, and he's looking around like, yo,
yeah.
Anyone? That was crazy, right? And everyone's like, well, this game is just over. Sorry. I'm kind of checked out.
But I think part of the reaction...
Check back in!
Check back in, guys! Saint just got a quadra kill after having a really tough performance so far this split. I think this is a resurgence for all members of Lion. Like, Inspired was the one that I really was focused on. Like, yeah, he still looks good. Berserker as well had a couple of really good plays, but the team was struggling as a whole. This does not feel like a team that's struggling. They feel like they're on the same page here.
No, it doesn't. And this is only brought up because it's so opposite to what we had prepared. Saint had actually been struggling so far this year. His damage was down. His gold difference of 14 was down. This game is way up. I think part of it is that the other jungler was completely removed from the game, and so much of it has been set up by Nocturne.
We got one final Baron set up right now. We're going in for the play. It's Gakkos on the front line. Dokla's buying space for the rest of the team. Lion have taken down the enemy top laner first. Curtain call. Dokla's going to help chase down on the quad. Lots of slows landing. Cryogen will tank up the last one and flash to safety. As Lion, the Baron is delayed, but they still did kill Gakkos.
So, if you're the coach for FlyQuest...
Think card.
Yes. Or Apollo. How do we... Well, let's take a look at the Baron fight first.
Yeah, it seems like FlyQuest still have more fight left in them. They have ultimates available from support to mid to bot, and now over the wall. Isles looks for the Pop Blossom, will land it onto 1. Cryogen falls, Quad goes into stasis. Masu trying his best to get damage down, but Dokla's on top of him. In comes Saint with another shuffle and another multi-kill. That one's a triple. Lion win another team fight.
So I was going to say, how do we protect the mental for next game? Not just considering this single game, because you know people ask that a lot for best of fives. Okay, just look at the next game. It's fine. It's a long series. But it is not just this series. It's also the last 2 series that they played versus Cloud9. Also, it has been like very abusive.
Yeah, it has felt that way. It's interesting because if we look at what the last series did, is they're ending the game right now, but it's a 20,000 gold lead. They drafted themselves more early game agency as the series progressed. And here they picked a lot of scaling. They didn't have much of a fallback pattern once they fell behind other than playing very cautiously, which they couldn't do. So I would imagine the plan would be, okay, we need to really prioritize picking lanes, since when we go for fights, we can't be at a deficit.
And at least to FlyQuest credit, Gaggos gives his life to try and clear the wave. Cryogen's there to help, so Lyon can't end on that push, but this game all feels... Oh my goodness! That was a Q and an auto from Saint on to Griffin, and he almost just dies. Now Inspired goes in. He was at that help when that started. Flies over the wall for Miles. Lands on a 3 with the current call on top of it. Double kill to Berserker. Lyon don't need a reset. They just needed to refresh their cooldowns. Quad will be aced. Lyon will win another fight. It's a slaughter of a game 1 with a 21,000 gold lead. Game 1 to Lyon.
A gold lead that is more thousands of gold than the average age of the team. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of League of Legends. What a start.
Wow.
Can you win a whole series in one game, Lounge? You gotta let us know, because that was wild.
No.
No.
You factually are unable to do that. You have to win 3 games out of 5 to win this series.
But the kill deaths on that one might be having someone on FlyQuest yelling, "Help!" Help! Oh, that was a tough one to watch, honestly.
That was a beatdown.
That
was
like we were
ruthless.
watching FlyQuest C9 again.
Oh my
I
God.
want to apologize to Lyon for giving FlyQuest a game this series.
Let's wait a second here, buddy. Okay. I mean, the thing that just kind of blew my mind is I was thinking FlyQuest, we see their draft, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Inspired is known as like a heavy farming style jungler. You're gonna go Gwen, and you're just gonna like farm it up, and you have Ashe, which scales really well, and Seraphine, like the bot lane scales really well, and you got Sion on top side and Ori. It's like, wow, just do nothing and farm for 20 minutes and then start fighting.
Yeah.
And then instead they just kind of ran in and fought.
I was gonna say, that's what you think. No, we're gonna fight with it instead.
You know what? I think just using that as an intro, let's show it.
All right.
I'm gonna walk over to the PC and
get
just
over there,
talk
buddy.
about it. I'm gonna walk. I'm starting to walk. Because you are correct. And the main takeaway I was able to find within the early game, because after the last 2 series that we saw from FlyQuest, we would imagine, especially with the comp that you just laid out, that this would not be the case. Sadly, it just simply was. So I wanted to show the early invade coming in and see it from the perspective of Inspired, because they do have this nice ward here to couch out Griffin walking in that direction. And you would wonder what Inspired is trying to do. Well, the thing is, as you just kind of blow up the minimap just a little bit here, well, I have a lot here. Boom! You get to see that.
I like the minimap expansion sound effect.
Yeah.
Boom!
I love it.
He's going towards the Skull Crab, because Skull Crab is spawning topside. So he's like, well, I want to get level 6 off of this, and he gets to see Griffin walking towards it, and Griffin thinks, well, I'm trading, baby. I'm trading your Raptors for level 6 on topside. Inspired says, I'm not taking that trade. As you can see, Griffin has to wait quite a little bit for the camp to respawn. Even with Inspired starting the camp to begin with, it takes a long time. And so you get to see the entire cross from Inspired walking in this direction. And the one thing that I took note of is Griffin even used his E to basically increase the damage within the camp, even seeing him cross through mid lane. Inspired wards over it, takes the engage. You don't have flash, you can't escape. Saint still has a Azir ulti, so no matter what, you're just dead here. This was just a bad invade and a misunderstanding of your timing.
One thing that was crazy to me about this is, like, I would have fully got it if they didn't know the ward was there. He swept the ward, saw he was spotted, took the time to clear it, then goes to Raptors, sees the Raptors aren't spawned, says, no problem, I'll still wait, then sees Nico is missing from bot lane, then sees the Nocturne cross mid lane, and then still stays and dies. It's like, the beginning of it made sense to me, but once he has all that information, I just don't get the follow-up.
Yeah, and if you continue on with the composition that you just laid out, you want to just be able to farm with what you have here, right? You have Seraphine, a farming style jungler here in Gwen. Like, you're fighting now for first dragon. To me, that's insane. Once again, like, Inspired is taking this. He sees you grouped up, separated from the rest of your team. Masu and Cryogen are walking back to pick up the wave underneath their turret, so you dive immediately. So this is just, again and again, this is happening. You're taking early fights and scraps when you're literally picking to scale. It doesn't make sense to me, and you're finding yourself in the hole that you found yourself in when you're facing Cloud9.
Yeah, and it should surprise no one that our player of the game is Inspired. This is the second jungler we have seen kind of just absolutely own Griffin in the early game. Not only were those plays that you talked about, Raz, but every time it felt like there was a good play on top side for Griffin. Guess who's there? Inspired with Nocturne.
Boom.
Dokla got so far ahead. I like the shout out to Saint too, just because we did talk about how we felt like Saint hadn't been performing based on what we know he
Thought
can
you were
do.
going to throw some low-key flame. Shout out to Saint because he didn't throw this one.
What are you talking about?
I saw the glint in your eye. Emily was about to be unchained.
No, we root for players to overcome their bad performances here.
We'll get you next time.
As we head to break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay, presented by AT&T and voted on by you, the chat.
Coming top.
Yeah, I'm betting.
I TP. Yeah, I'm coming top.
Just look at Sion. I
Let's
think
go
Gwen is
front.
out.
Don't let him ulti.
Yeah, I'll stop his ult.
He don't have ulti actually.
Gwen is here.
Yeah.
Gwen is here. I'm gonna ult in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Gwen is flanking. I have ult in 10.
Gwen no W now.
Nice. Push top. We can maybe end.
Yeah.
Nice.
What?
Top, but I don't think.
Push top. I don't think we can end.
Kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Maybe faint.
Today I will teach you at one Akali tip. You can use like E flash, like cancel E delay. Like when you just use E, then you will be like stuck in animation. But if you E flash, like you can cancel animation and you can hit 100% enemy E. Okay, that's it.
You in that direction.
Awesome insight in there. I love those little videos where we get the pros showing us little
really
tips.
good.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
I
and
want
also,
a compilation of all of them together.
That would be fantastic. Yeah.
In case you missed any.
I mean, if you go to any of the LCS social media accounts, you can scroll.
There we
and find
go.
them.
You scroll all the way down. You need a compilation, Jet. Can't be scrolling all these different ones. There's like 50.
You know what? I'll take what I can get. Our socials have been fantastic with the content they've been putting out. That's another example of that. And also, Saint had a fantastic game #1 right there on the Azir of all things, which is, Jet, what's the win right now? It was, what, 1-4 before?
That's his
now
second Azir win in the last 2 years.
Second Azir win?
First of the year.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Every part of Lyon won in that in that previous game.
The fact
Every
that their
part.
only death the whole game was Saint going too deep under the turret on his first
that
swoop.
was the only death.
Otherwise, it would have been 26-0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, focus
If you had
back
Rocket
up,
Belt.
FlyQuest. Let's go, FlyQuest. Come on.
They need to pull themselves out of this tailspin because it definitely feels like the 2 consecutive series against C9 were rough, and we were hoping that they'd be able to bounce back, but it definitely looks like this is a completely different Lion team than what we saw in the first 3 weeks of the split. And Kobe and I were talking, even though the gold lead got really extraordinary by the end of the game, there were good mechanical fights by Lion. They were making a lot of really slick moves in those fights. We were just distracted by the gargantuan gold lead.
And I mean, it was also inspired just completely reading everywhere Griffin went. We talked about the invade early on and really highlighted that. That got the snowball rolling for Lyon. But then he had, like, what, 3 times top lane where they were trying to look at Dokla from FlyQuest side, and Inspired was always there. They had multiple people going up. So it feels like Lyon just have a solid read on what FlyQuest would do at any given moment in that game. And FlyQuest maybe need to get out of their own heads about that as well. Not only just bounce back from a tough loss, but also figure out how they're getting read so easily here from Lyon.
Especially for junglers, because jungle is such a unique position where there's a lot more mind games a lot earlier in the game. You know, laners, you go to lane, you can play your lane several different ways, but it's nothing compared to how many different decisions you have to make in jungle. And it really does seem like Griffin is kind of, you know, in his own head at this point with so many early jungle fiascos happening to FlyQuest. It makes it very difficult then to play out a normal game plan after one of these really early fiascos happens, and you're playing then into one of these legendary junglers of you know, of the LCS at a deficit, and it becomes really hard for them to get back on track. So we'll see if they can. Honestly, I almost never say this, but can we just like calmly farm in the early game? You know,
That
like,
is-
let's just relax.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't go for any early invades type thing, and maybe we just do like a full clear a couple times and relax. Maybe let Masu get to
want
work.
to try it a little bit.
I don't know. So,
You don't want to get rid of the aggression. This is always the problem, right? Whenever you lose
I mean,
in spectacular fashion.
It also depends very heavily on the team comp, of course, but you also don't want to give too much ground to Inspired, because then, you know, Inspired's going to take one of your camps here, and then on repeat, then he's going to have the time for the next one, and then it kind of will snowball away from you. So
The most efficient jungler that I think we have in the West right now. So yeah, I agree that it's just going to be a tough position for FlyQuest regardless. I put a lot of stock into vibes, and I'm seeing Lions players smirking, laughing, chuckling with each other, and I see FlyQuest players locking in, taking it much more seriously. So we'll see if maybe a different mental approach can also help them out here, as pressure is mounting in this best-of-5 series. But we're in pick and ban. A couple of bans already here, as Karma and Cassiopeia on Lion's side, with Ambessa as that final ban, still not giving that flex pick. Primarily jungle these days, but still technically flex pick for Gakkos and Griffin. Whereas Pantheon and Ryze on the side of FlyQuest so far.
So Rumble's still up, Talia's still up, like a Talia Vi sort of action there. You could do like some Rumble with like a Yone or something type of composition. So there's a couple different angles. Interesting Sylas ban here. Maybe they just want you know, to open up an Alistar for later or something for their bottom lane. We'll see about that, but Definitely a lot of power picks still available as far as the solo lanes go. Varus on the bottom, still quite good.
I gotta ask Silkless what's going on with those Akshan hovers. Usually the hovers are
I mean,
for
Dokla's
somebody.
always hovered.
It has been? That's just his go-to? Okay, I haven't noticed that one then. Well, it is a Varus locked in either way for Lyon, so they're going for their bot side first off, and it's going to be very quick Vi Ahri combo. Chain CC, easy lockdown between these two.
That was the Sylas ban. That was the Sylas ban. They wanted to do the Ahri instead of the Taliyah. Even though I really like the Taliyah, we have seen some pretty rough Ahri games so far, so maybe this one will change the story. There's also been some very good ones though, so especially when you pair it with Vi, the point and click combination.
Yeah, if they end up locking in this Aurora, I believe it will go mid lane, even though it's technically a flex.
We always bring up
Dokla says it's fake.
We always bring up this story. That was a while ago, you know. Opinions can change. Dokla has since actually had his ass beat by an Aurora in the top lane.
Did that really happen though?
So,
you know, growth mindset here, Kobe. You know, you need to learn.
He might be like, you know what? I changed my mind. Aurora top is good. So, you know, it's probably going to Saint, since Saint had, you know, one of the biggest damage Aurora games in the entire LCS with it. But it could swap always.
We got a Rock locked in. That's a Malphite. Also technically flex pick, although expecting that jungle has been mostly in the jungle lately.
Yeah.
But I inspired on another kind of like ultimate, you know, centric champion between the Nocturne and now the Malphite. As soon as that ults up, like he can be looking at these lanes.
Yeah, I mean Malphite is so much more boring to me though.
Oh yeah.
Then Nocturne.
After the nerfs, after the nerfs here, because before it was still pretty exciting just because of the power of the champ. But
I think it's pretty early to pick Malphite, right? They immediately take Ezreal.
I don't know what some of those are. I don't know what one of those is. But you know what? I'm gonna try that recipe later. I'm gonna go back.
If this turns into another big stomp, we'll come back to that.
Okay, yeah.
As a talking point.
That's a talking point
when we
for
have
later.
the time.
Yeah. What exactly are we making there? But it's gonna be Ezreal for Masu, so more defensive AD carry.
Yeah, a good pick in a Malphite. That's why the early Malphite priority, even though it was really overpowered when before the nerfs.
At least one game for the birthday.
It's your birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one not looking so good. I like where your head's at though, Jat. You know, you're picking Malphite into two carries that have the most mobility.
Yeah, it's not a good slot. It's good into Vi maybe, and maybe if Gakkos picks an AD champion, and they could potentially flex it, but I think it's a little early. Inspired just did so well at hitting 6 and playing on alt-timers, though. He's just going to try and play, I think, a similar game.
And I think part of what worked out well for them in that last game was the fact that they had, you know, the Renekton top lane to push in the wave and then cover for that top Scuttlecraft if a fight even happened up there. So I think that for Lyon, drafting, you know, winning lanes might be part of their recipe here for success. As man, the Dokla fans really have shown up today. Shout out the Dokla fans, big Dokes, love it.
All right, Renata off the table as well here because they're showing Vi Ahri, so you know they're going to go for the engage pretty heavily. Don't want to have to work around Renata ultimate, and you know, giving that respect over. Meanwhile, in addition to taking off the Rumble to open up her blind pick that we're assuming is coming for Dokla on this side. Okay, so they want a protection with both the Rumble and the Gnar. Make it a little bit easier for big Dokes. Even though, yeah, you know, technically you could stick him on Malphite if you really wanted to, but...
And I want to go all the way back. This was something we talked about last year when Gakkos got a couple of stage games for FlyQuest. What they wanted to set him up for was counter picks with a unique champ pool and playing some of the carry champs. So I want to see Gakkos pull out something that the team can play around. They already have a bot laner that can play safe. They did go for the Alistar as well with that Sylas ban, so kind of double hit there with the Sylas ban. But I want them to enable Gakkos a little bit more here with his unique champ pool.
Yeah, and I think not going for support counter pick, but instead going for top lane counter pick is a good stride towards that. But the overall team composition, if we go back to game 1, FlyQuest picked this very slow scaling 5v5 team composition, and we were asking what are they going to do to try and correct the tilt. More individual agency across the board. Ezreal and Alistar can both play their own games. Vi and Ahri can both play their own games. And whatever Gakkos picks should be able to have an advantage in lane.
It's into Poppy, so he knows what he's playing against, but Poppy is a very solid defensive pick.
I think it's a double flex.
Oh,
Malphite,
I
Poppy
guess.
can both go top jungle, so he's got to have something that works into both.
I mean, Poppy is so good into Alistar, Ahri, and Vi here. Good value.
Could be Poppy support also. Yeah, and now with the Cassante hover here, yeah, they have a lot of flexes, but I mean, they're going to have to log in something here to kind of show us more. And it is Cassante, so expecting Poppy support then.
That explains it, yeah, for the most part. Cassante top, Malphite jungle, Poppy support.
Still love Poppy into the Alistar. Very hard for you to make any action happen out there. And also it's just great into things like the Ahri as well.
Let's do it!
Okay.
Oh, there we go! Let's do it! Some real dive. All right. Into all of these tanks here. Okay, we expect you to have some focus up towards the top side of the map. Last game, you saw Griffin go up there like 4 times, right?
Yep.
Every single time he went up there, they died though. So this time around, they're not going to die. How about that?
Well, this time they're not going to try and play around a Scion, right? Because that's the opposite of what you want to do when you're playing around a Scion. It just felt like everything else in the map was lost here. At least by the champions, they can win this 2v2. They would hope. Although that's a big armor stack.
I was going to say.
Going up against Vi Olaf. Olaf can do a lot of true damage and can also do well against a lot of melee champions. So if he gets a lead, he can shred.
Denting Blows can't help you out in that, but it's notoriously difficult to actually kill a Cassante. Like, he's a tough champion to lock down and take down, especially if he's under his own turret. So let's see if Dokla's able to play weak side top lane as expected. Gakos, though, this time, this is what I wanted. The Olaf top lane, a unique champ pool for a young top laner.
Walk back in, Kobe.
If you've been getting beat up a bunch on stage, then you at least need to try something else. You know, you have to increase your tolerance for risk. And index very heavily into counter picks. Olaf thrown down. Can the Olaf run through these tanks and take over the game to keep FlyQuest hopes alive?
After a crushing Game 1 loss, it's Agency, the name of the game for FlyQuest. Lyon looking to run through this series expeditiously as they got a 21K gold lead in that first one. Higher than the average age of FlyQuest members, as Jat likes to remind us. Game 2, taken to the Rift.
Already some ward sweeping happening in that bottom lane. In terms of going against the grain as well, Kobe, I'd say even the Game 1 draft for FlyQuest was doing that. So many people are drafting support in 4th or 5th pick, whereas in Game 1, FlyQuest locked in the Ashe Seraphine in the first rotation. Here, the Olaf is something we don't see other people play. Game 1, additionally, trying to play the Jungle Gwen. So they're definitely trying a lot of things, and they seem to have changed their strategy overall for Game 2 with more power around the top side. But that killer instinct in draft and trying to be a little bit different, I think, is staying the same.
As we see, I always like to keep in mind whenever we see a Varus coming into game, it is the Comet, so more lethality Varus. Expectation here, as Cryojin's actually playing very aggressively as a level 1 Alistar. It's rare that I see level 1 Alistar actually find this type of early lead, but that's it from us for the early game right now. Let's toss to Emily, who's there with ThinkCard for an interview.
Hello. First thing, how do you regroup from such a crushing loss?
Yeah, so obviously not the best performance, but in a loss like that, we kind of forgot most of our fundamentals in the first 6 minutes of the game. Like, we're calling out their Jhin can move. It could be 4v3 on Raptors, Nocturne's level 6, and then right after that we fight Dragon. So it just comes down to taking a step back, taking a deep breath, zooming out, and just playing the game accordingly, because in a game like that, as long as we do play slower and play on our timers, we kind of see it like a free win with our comp. So it is about kind of chalking it up, because as soon as you fall behind, the game's kind of a disaster. So it is easy to write it off, but we do need to have good fundamentals in order to beat teams in any pro league.
I fully agree. I actually really liked your comp in Game 1. Game 2, taking a completely different strategy here, right? With the Vi Ahri, like a lot of really early to mid-game playmaking. So is that like a conscious choice just based on how the way your team has performed?
It is kind of just like baiting them to pick Varus, and then we have a very good dive comp with the Vi Ahri Olaf. Overall, it still kind of follows a similar thing where they do have like a Malphite, which is going to have pretty strong like mid-game fights, but as long as you have Flash and we have Edgel Ahri, which are pretty good against the Malphite, then it should be easy for us to kind of find a good fight. And what the key for team fights in this game is, as long as Olaf can connect with the Vi Ahri, it's going to be winning. But if Olaf is too far away or can't connect, then that's how you know a fight's probably not going to go our way.
Well, we'll see what happens. All the best to you and your team. Thank you for taking the time. We'll let you go. Back to the cast.
Love hearing Coach's thoughts, and I gotta ask, is it just like a FlyQuest thing where they take the mic from the interviewer? Griffin does it, now Thinkard does it. Is that just like their thing?
Maybe he's learned from the coach and not the other way around. Because
I don't know why you guys let him have it.
Yeah, you can hold on to that thing.
As long as they give it back. First infraction, never again. But it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I know. It just keeps happening. Gacko is actually in a very low health situation here as the Olaf, though.
And I'd also say exactly the same jungle pathing that we saw early on in game 1. So Inspired doing the Raptor start, not recalling until after his Krugs are done, whereas Griffin doing the more standard full clear, basing, and then going back for Krugs. It did allow him to kind of cover for Gakgos a little bit there, but he's going to have to start clearing his camps because he wants to hit level 6 at the same time as Inspired.
And it's another instance where already in the early game, Inspired is getting a more efficient clear over Griffin, this time because he's hovering on the top half and will now go towards these other camps. But yeah, Inspired is able to get that top Scuttle Crab and is right back towards his bottom camps.
Well, I mean, it's same efficiency, it's just different timers then. You're desyncing your Raptor spawns from your opponent's Raptor spawns with this.
Sure.
Last time, turned out pretty poorly.
It did, yeah.
A little bit dangerous, but we'll see how it happens this time. Generally, when you are playing level 6 junglers like Malphite or Nocturne, or a lot of people really like Raptor starts now, so you can get back for the second clear on your red quadrant of the jungle. But you know, it is going to be the clear top down to bottom every time for Griffin. So Griffin is once again going to end up down here after finishes clearing his Gromp. Looks like Isles just went and popped the Scryer's Bloom over him, though, and so they have clear vision of the Vi, and Inspired takes that time.
Level 5 Malphite gank. I mean, there's a ward in that Pixel Brush, so they see it coming, but it might not be enough. Ultimate is popped, Ragnarok used, but he sees C immune. Is it enough to get the solo kill? No, it's first blood, the Dokla.
Big Dokes. Honestly, he had a really good first game as well. We were talking mostly about Inspired and about Berserker as far as the bottom lane, you know, the individually winning places. But Dokla made a lot of good 2v1 plays for himself on the Renekton up by the top side. Yeah, it was a nice, easy winning matchup with Renekton into Sion. But this time around, he had to blind pick the Cassante, and Inspired says, you know what? I'm going to come on up here. You only need a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah.
When your Cassante gets to level 6, nice all in there from Dokla with the all out. And Inspired just add a tiny little bit of extra damage to make the difference here. Griffin, this time around, does again not get that Raptor spawn.
But he is level 6 because he sold the Drake. That's like the biggest crab of all in the early game.
Yeah, true.
Is it?
I mean, Olaf might be a bigger crab. I'd take the Drake over it as long as the Olaf
is a bigger crab than a dragon.
I mean,
we'll see. First blood.
I need one of those like picture books that's the animal size chart from Jat, and it's like, these are all variations of crabs.
And the larger crab. But I'd also say, like, it is another example of Inspired having a really good read on the game where all the information was actually available to the two top laners if they're looking for it, of which way the junglers started their clears, when the camps are going to be respawning, and where they're likely to be. Because Griffin clearing top down, if he's trying to go for another full clear, he's always going to be bot side. So that's why Inspired feels so confident to walk like through the enemy jungler as level 5 Malphite to arrive for that little bit of extra help.
Also, I just want to say, this is disastrous for the Olaf. I mean, we're talking about the fact that this is a Cassante that can stack armor. He now has the boots. He has the Bramble Vest. Like, this is not how the Olaf wants the lane to start off, already giving a kill over to your top lane opponent. So, again, pressure on for FlyQuest. Like, can Griffin get up there and help out his top laner, who's now going to be behind in the 1v1?
Also, during that invade, a nice ward was placed by Inspired that Griffin doesn't expect there, so they've spotted him a couple times on that ward right now, just giving Dokla more knowledge of what he can do in the top lane.
Well, at least you can grab your honey fruit to sustain a little bit after that exchange, make it a little bit less painful there, but Malphite is level 6 here for Inspired, and this is one of the items that I have loved, the little buff that they gave with the new season. Because it added extra ability haste to it, extra ultimate ability haste to the Zeke's convergence.
Oh, okay.
So it's like perfect for Malphite because you get in there and then you get a little bit of extra AoE damage, slow him down, gives you just general tankiness as well for the game, regardless of damage types of your opponents. And it's very cheap. So you spike super early. So you get your level 6 on Malphite, get your Zeke's convergence, and you blast somebody.
A Malphite build that looked really fun, but I don't know if it's good. is just all the ultimate CDR items. So you go this into Malignance, into Hexplate. And then you're just lowering your R cooldown as low as possible. Have you tried that?
I can pass judgment on that right now. I'll say it's not good, but I won't disagree that it looks cool and it's probably fun.
Yeah.
I would say full AP. I like full AP the most.
Full AP is fun.
It's also probably not the best.
Ooh, as Cryogen has to pop his ultimate right there. Masu taking a big chunk as well. Isles looks for the Q damage. Not going to find it, as FlyQuest now might just get chased down here. Berserker doesn't have the ultimate, but a flash from Isles just for damage onto Cryogen. Will get the flash out from the Alistair.
Yeah, nice flash trade there, getting the flash off of Alistair, although one has Hex Flash. Looks like Isles does not have Hex Flash in this game, so Cryogen might look to roam after this. Still, good laning performance so far by Lion.
And I gotta say that the early games still going Lion's way, but this time around FlyQuest are equalizing a little bit more. Actually, they're TPing topside here. It's the Unsealed Spellbook from Cryogen, so the Alistair popping up to help out Griffin deny all of the grubs from Lion, so it'll be a 1-for-2 trade, as Gatkos is also just keeping priority, pushing in on this topside.
Yeah, and as of now, FlyQuest is not rushing the game like they did in Game 1. So in terms of, something did go wrong in the early game. Our Olaf got first blooded, but let's not forget our fundamentals. We can trade it for Drake. They then control the grubs. So this is already a huge improvement over Game 1 for FlyQuest.
And I would say that instance right there was the first time between Game 1 and 2 now that we've seen Griffin really identify where Inspired is and make a counterplay himself. Like, he's jumping up there with his Alistair behind him to push Inspired off of an objective, as opposed to Inspired, who all of Game 1, and even at the beginning there, identifying Griffin was pathing bot side and then ganks top. It feels like Inspired has had God vision himself to just know where Griffin is at all times. So, small win there for FlyQuest.
And I like, Cryogen investing the early teleport off his Summoner Spellbook. But it does mean now Isles has Summoner Spellbook teleport advantage, so you can make a play elsewhere sometimes and then use it to go back to bottom. He couldn't find any plays, though, so he's just going to use it for another reset.
Okay.
Isles right back to lane.
Hops down there, and equal buy with Cryogen as well. As Masu's in a 1v2 right now, and that's where Ezreal, again, very comfortable for a champion like Ezreal to be in these type of situations, which allows Cryogen to get around the map.
All right, Griffin has completed Sunder Sky. He wants to do like a lane gank, it looks like, on bottom side. He's coming down. Tribush does have a control ward. He really wants to use his Vi ultimate, but there's nothing really presenting itself, so maybe they do leash the dragon. He got a little sweep over the ward, though, so at least they know it's there.
They know it's on vision, and Saint just got mid-wave in, so they got to be very careful here. FlyQuest have a mid laner and Malphite coming in from the mid lane as well, and actually it could be Quad that's in trouble. Control ward will spot it down, and they just pulled the trigger over on Isles instead. Keeper's Verdict is canceled by the headbutt to stop them all from getting knocked away themselves, but now they didn't get the kill, they didn't get the pick, and they have to reset as Dragon will not be claimed.
All right, imagine a bit of a misplay there by Cryogen. Probably wanted to, his Q was on cooldown. I think was probably hoping to W him in the other direction, but wasn't quite in the right spot, because going on the no flash Poppy seems like a really good turn.
Well, when the Keeper's Verdict is being channeled, it's either cancel it or let it hit all of us, I guess. So maybe you just take the latter. Who knows in those tight moments what the intention was, but either way, it just delays the Dragon. Neither team will go for that second one again, as instead Griffin paths towards the top side. So Kobe, he didn't find that immediate power spike he was looking for. Speaking of power spikes, Mastercard power spike here for Quad in the mid lane. Flash from Cryogen onto Berserker, as Chain of Corruption will go wide. Cryogen sidestepping that one, but in comes Isles. Gets the hit into the wall. Actually, Cryogen's able to walk away from that one. Exhausted down, the ultimate trying to keep him alive, but his AD carry's already given up on him. Cryogen will be the sacrifice. Berserker picks up a kill.
And they get the Dragon. Oh, man. FlyQuest. It feels like they just can't even really hold on to anything. Maybe topside again. Griffin wants to go over the wall.
Okay, they're not going to wait for the dive. Instead, it's all out from Dokla saying, all right, Griffin's my escape tool here. Griffin's trying to lock him down. Flash from Dokla will get him to safety. In comes Quad with the charm. Lands onto the top laner. Dokla with the third jump was on the Gecko. Saints trying to turn the play in a 1v3 now. Can he get anything? That's a teleport up from Berserker. The Varus has now shown up for the play, and in comes Inspired. Big ultimate knockups as Saint will get another kill. Lion yet again win a team fight.
Even when FlyQuest get one kill. Chat.
Yeah?
They lose 3 more trying to get out of there. The teleport from Berserker Varus.
They're going so deep, though. Look at how long that chase went for Cassante. It gave a massive amount of time for Lyon to mount a counterattack. Credit to Dokla for delaying that so long. First off, I don't think that's a gankable Cassante. If you're Griffin behind the turret with no ultimate, if you think about the way this play started.
If you start it by going over a wall, you can go right back the other way with Cassante.
Yes, you can.
So Dokla is able to get himself to an exit path and then flashes the Q here to buy some time. So that requires Quad investing the flash on Ahri, which now allows the counter because Malphite is quite close. So Saint feels confident getting the triple person ultimate with the Aurora, and Berserker's teleport means there's nowhere to exit.
Yeah, Inspired landing a very nice 2-man ultimate. Saint doesn't die at the end of it. Dokla's, you appreciate it when you get 3-man as a top laner and then your team backs you up.
Exactly. And again, this is showing multiple times throughout both games where Lyon are doing something on one side and FlyQuest feel pressured to do something on the other. This is now another instance in the top side here for Griffin. And it's now a 2.2k gold lead for Lyon, rather, and a lot of that being on this bottom side. Berserker with that TP up top side. Lyon have their support in some trouble. Their quad was in the lane, and he had multiple members around him. That is a pick for FlyQuest. Much needed gold into the mid laner's pocket.
Really nice pick there by FlyQuest, trying to keep the action up a little bit, but that time, as you notice, they didn't need to really overextend for that play, so they used their tempo nicely and get the quick kill onto Isles.
Gotta say, Lyon, they look pretty good, regardless of that like face check and 1 kill going over to FlyQuest.
Well, maybe it's another here as Cryogen gets onto Saint. Oh, the rocket belt to safety. Dodges the charm. There you go, Jet. There's your rocket belt.
It didn't go on Azir.
No.
More traditional there on Aurora.
All right. Well, and they also have the Malignance was rushed onto Quad as you called out earlier, Kangas. So should be able to get that one back pretty quickly as well, and look for some more possible pick plays. I mean, FlyQuest have to keep looking for some of these picks. Meanwhile, topside, I feel like that Rift Herald's been pulled out. We can look at the minimap right now. Inspired is almost done with it. So Rift Herald here over to Lyon, going to result in some more turret plate money for them, kind of guaranteed as well.
Yeah. I do think if you look at the big picture, though, for FlyQuest, they need to make sure they don't overforce, because as ThinkCard said, this draft was around, they're going to pick Varus, and we're going to pick a bunch of stuff that can kill Varus. Sure. So even though Dokla Inspired are big tanks with lots of armor, if they can center plays around their bottom lane, they're still in a game state where they can win the game, rather than trying to force a bunch of plays up towards Cassante and Malphite.
And Varus already has an early bounty because Berserker has had a lot of success this game already, you know, especially with that teleport up to the top side. So a couple early kills onto the Varus. If you are able to take him down, that would be huge. Get a little bounty there as well. Problem is, he does have his flash available, and he's got the extra boots of swiftness to dodge away and keep his distance.
I like Cryogen here, ghosting into lane. Again, the Summoner Spellbook, you can try and find little cheeky plays like that, but Dokla wisely backs off, so should be fine.
I especially like Boots of Swiftness because it helps so much as an AD carry trying to kite an Olaf. You know, the axe spam, so much less threatening. You can dodge really easily side to side. Your Ghost Blade active helps with that a lot too. So it basically means that Vi has to ult you, or Cryogen has to have a really good, you know, flank or something. But here we go towards the Crab. Crab once again taken by Lyon. Inspired secure the Crab, and that's going to be it.
And really difficult for FlyQuest to retake this space because the Aurora has perma-push in the bottom lane. Their jungle is warded up. They're trying to clear it, but with both bot and mid lane pushed in, and Berserker probably resetting now to complete another item, Edge of Night making it even more difficult for him to dive.
Ooh. There's
some really good timers for Lyon here to play around bot river.
Yeah, now you can't even find like a charm to start things off under Berserker. You got to get through that shield first. Dragon has now spawned, so let's see if Lyon want to start that one up as Griffin's on the top half of the map right now. That was a proxy farm from Dokla, and in comes Griffin, uses the ultimate. Dokla has the all-out, trying to get out of there, uses the step instead, as Gakkos with the slow to follow him up. Everyone's onto Dokla, Lyon are onto the Dragon, flash over the wall, Gakkos flash follows, and the wait from Griffin to get Dokla after the all-out. Well played to get the kill up there, traded for the objective.
That one works well. they were not going to retake river safely. We'd gone over where the power was in that instance, so that's the attempted counterplay. And this time, rather than trying to gank for a Malphite, or for a Scion like in game 1, he's ganking for an Olaf. It didn't look like they were quite on the same page. Gakkos actually stutter step backwards at the start of that gank, but they got it done in the end.
Yeah, and they're able to push out the lane afterwards too. So the Olaf has been able to recover quite nicely, has the only little gold lead on the team. And once your Stride Breaker is done, at least he has the extra, speed differential to try and use, chasing people down. And we'll see how they progress there, if they can continue to make some picks, continue to get some extra gold.
This was the kind of weakness of FlyQuest after what happened in the early game, is that Gakkos was so far behind. Dokla picks up that kill from Inspired's level 5 Malphite gank, but now Gakkos with this hopefully can get back into this game, because Olaf is a big part of the comp, and they're just going to repeat the play again. No ultimate on the Cassante. This time an exhaust goes out with the support to lock down the Cassante. The ultimate from Olaf will just keep up as long as he's autoing. Dokla has no escape, and Gakkos gets his second kill.
Eat him up. Here we go. The snowball begins for FlyQuest. Gakkos also should be able to get this turret. Back away, Crouchin. Don't you dare steal any money.
I mean, this last sequence is huge. Yeah. It was a slight gold deficit for Gakkos into now a decent-sized gold lead.
I will at least say the first turret bonus had already been taken by Lyon on the bottom side. So you don't
the plates had already mostly been farmed. I was waiting for it to jump up. It was like, get about 120 gold.
Yeah. You don't get as big of a gold injection, but it's still good to get, obviously, for him as well. And Sundered Sky, completed. So 2 items on the Olaf now. Something to work with.
But the question I have is it too little too late? Because Olaf I see as something you want to get that snowball going. Baron's already on the map, so we're kind of at a point of the game where Cassante might be looking to group up with the team anyway.
I mean, former FlyQuest top laner Bwipo would talk about how Olaf has really good scaling.
Oh, so really? Okay.
It was different item set, but he was like, actually about 3 items is where he becomes really powerful. You just need to go even in the early game. So we'll see what happens in this game, just because Berserker does seem so accelerated. And a lot of times Olaf wars are about, like, can the 80 carry kill you before you reach him?
Yeah.
And then maul him as an Olaf. But I think Gakkos is in a pretty good game state now.
Yeah, and this Lion squad is a lot about, like, burst damage with a Lethality Varus and with an Aurora here. So if you can make them run out of burst, if the burst is not enough to get the job done, then they can still find some good success. Or, they can always try and poke with Ezreal first. Masu here has been quite good with poke champions, so maybe he's able to dodge Varus poke and stay at a fairly healthy range away from the Malphite while still being able to get something done himself.
And Malphite, the targets he's looking at, it's a CCMU and Olaf, and it's 2 carries that have mobility, the Ahri ultimate, the Ezreal jump. So it's not even going to be like easy for Inspired to be like, okay, well, Gakkos is going somewhere else, I'll just jump on them as the Herald. Okay, well, we slammed into the wall. Well, we got the cinematic view of it. I like that.
I appreciate the view.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, he didn't want the Herald to die right there, so you delay it a little bit, set it back, and so then it's gonna deliver you a little bit of pressure. So now it's the next wave of minions that was pressured, and so Olaf is gonna have to answer there. It gives a small window for a roam towards mid.
There is a purpose for it.
Yeah.
Other than Joyride.
Yeah.
And Dragon's coming up in a minute 15, so if you can control the vision around the river, that is, advantage in and of itself. There's 2 control wards from FlyQuest. They have multiple members here, as Lyon are jockeying for their own vision control. Saint walking up, taking some of that poke from Masu right there. 2 Qs have landed.
He's getting it done. Wormon is transformed.
Ooh, Charm onto Inspired as Isles is looking at it also. FlyQuest trying to spread out from the Malphite ultimate, but it's just a play for the vision. Lyon get the second control ward, and now we'll get that crab.
Yeah, Inspired would have been very difficult to kill, even if they land that Charm with having the Protoplasm harness on top of what is now, 150 base MR. If he has his armor shield up, it's 250 armor while he has that. So really, really hard to get a pick on Inspired. Inspired is playing that very slow game. As Kobe mentioned, not as exciting as the Nocturne, where you're able to have like solo kill threat on side lanes. It's very much a slow and steady, wait for your team and land a good ult.
I do like that he's going for the like cheap item build, where he's using a lot of these kind of pseudo support items with the Zeeks and the Protoplasm that have very low price tags. so he can get to 3 items pretty quickly on, and we're going to get the 3-item power spike now with the Abyssal finish. So you've got that extra magic damage that's going to help out Saint's burst damage. So there's huge burst damage. We get Malphite ulted. You're also going to be in range for the Abyssal Shred for Saint. And it could be dangerous. Here we go.
Yeah, the Dragon started already, and in comes Inspired. Could look for the engage at any time. Teleport in from Quad. Keeper's Verdict being channeled by Isles over the wall, but not going to throw it. So no knockback for Griffin. Instead, it's Lyon looking at the carry. It's on Quad. The Dokla turns his attention. Inspired still has the ult. He's holding it for a long time. Cryogen just trying to push back members from Lyon as the Dragon is not getting bursted down. Inspired has found his way into the pit, and health bars are low and fly.
Lyon are poking them out pretty effectively here. They're actually winning the poke wars hard. Dokla zoning the Ahri.
Now the engage in onto the carry. It's Masu as the target. Say gets him. Masu's out of there. Now can FlyQuest deal with the rest? It's on to Quad. He's pushed away from the rest of the team in the pit. FlyQuest are winning it as it's Gakkos on the Olaf. Gets the first kill. Can he find more? No. Dokla holds the line. Same with the damage. Berserker untouched, and Lyon crush the fight at Dragon with a double kill to Saint to end it.
Lyon just playing very well in team fights in both game 1 and 2. The beginning of this fight, getting that last execute onto Masu from Saint, and then also Inspired, buying as much time as possible.
I want to ult when they stack. Wait. After the Valkyrie, I will try to.
Okay.
I'm looking now.
Mine ult.
I hit it.
Ezreal dead.
Mine ult.
I can flash.
Okay, they looking mid.
Vi just flashed in. Olaf. Vi no flash.
Okay, or.
Go man.
Yeah.
I love how even after flashing over the wall, Inspired still shot calling the fight, saying who to target. He's in total control this game, landing that ultimate onto Ezreal, which turned the fight.
He's got a good view up there. And he had very good shot calling from the very beginning. He was like, right after the VIQ, that's when we're going in.
Yep.
You know, he ults in onto Masu, and then Saint is able to flash follow and kill that key carry.
Exactly, and Berserker was, again, untouched. We saw Gakkos, he's meant to be the threat for the lethality of Varus. He didn't even get the Banshee shield off of him. So, yeah, Berserker was able to just free fire in that fight as, the charm not land on the Isles. Good sidestep there.
Yeah, uses his W for a little extra speed there. Nice little juke, so no pick. And even though it is Malignant's Ahri, in a little bit of an investment there, because you see the bottom lane, Aurora's pushed all the way up to the tower, so they kind of sacrificed a little bit of minion pressure here on the bottom side, as Saint was able to fully push that one in level 16 himself.
Yeah, this is turning into a slow and steady Lyon victory. I really just... The big power difference there by Inspired going with the cheaper items. He was a full item up on the Vi, but only like 400 gold up on the Vi. So I think that ended up making a big difference, because if he's, a little 2-item carry there, Gakkos would probably get the kill on him, or at least burn the flash earlier. It just made such a big difference in that fight.
That's why his timings are so good. I was talking about right before he just finished the Abyssal.
Yep.
Right before FlyQuest start this fight, and then him and Saint with just enough magic damage to kill off Masu. Definitely impactful there as far as like assassinating that carry.
Guys, I'm starting to think Inspired's pretty good at League of Legends. I don't know, man.
And Saint is about to get a death cap. Let's look at this bottom tower though, because the tower is dead, so not much Dokla can do about it. There's an Olaf in your face.
Saint is coming from the bottom, tier 2. So if Dokla keeps Gakkos here, Gakkos could be in some trouble. But nope, Gakkos will back away. Saint not going to make it there in time. But the turret was the objective for FlyQuest. They do get more gold onto this Olaf. Still 3-3-1. Still the last pick, fifth pick, counter pick for FlyQuest. And they put a lot of effort into giving him resources.
Yeah, and I do want to say that Saint is having a way better series than what we've seen in the past. So he was the target of the most criticism for Lyon, because he kept getting caught in crucial situations in all of their losses. He had a couple bad Talia games, but in game 1, it was 13-1 on the Azir, and here he's got the biggest bounty on the team, incredibly fed on this Aurora. So I think almost like the biggest difference between FlyQuest first 3 weeks and FlyQuest now is Saint is playing like a top-tier mid laner rather than what we saw beforehand, which was definitely not that, because hasn't been picked off, doing his job in team fights with strong laning.
And Saint was the one member that's returning to Lyon from last year. This was the one player coming back. So when he was having a rough start to the year, it was like, ooh, is the roster going to work? There were a lot of question marks raised of this would-be super team. We asked, the chat during the lounge segment today, the kicking off the show, is Lyon a super team? And it was like 90% saying, no, they're not a super team. And I think a lot of that is because of the sentiment of how Saint has been performing in the mid lane for the team so far.
Yeah, it just feels like Lyon are much more coordinated as a team than previously as well. So better individual performances also lead to better coordination.
Yeah.
That comms listen-in was what you kind of expect from teams with Inspired on them, where it's like marching orders from the very beginning. This is going to happen, then this is going to happen, this. And it seemed like everybody is on the same page and really executing.
Yeah. I mean, speaking on being on the same page, Drake's up in 10 seconds, and look at those wards around bot river. They're going to try and take control of this and get yet another fight here. There is some nice deep push that Quad's getting in the top lane that Dokka's going to have to catch, but you know that Lyon is all hands on deck for this next Drake.
I mean, I think that FlyQuest are just giving it. I mean, look at where Griffin is. He's on the top half of the map. They're not going to TP Quad in, so it seems like FlyQuest are trying to slow the game down a little bit, not contesting this next dragon. It is only the third one, as Griffin looked for the Vault Breaker onto Isles, but he steps back. I mean, maybe they look for a pick out of Dokka. Really tough to kill this Cassandra. He will walk in and give them a window, though, as he's charmed up. CC chain stunned as well. He just cannot move. But Isles is behind him, and they have to invest so much to kill this Cassandra, and he's still alive. The all-out out of Griffin pulls him back to the team. Now the rest of Lyon are here. Isles will be the sacrifice instead, as Inspired only lands one with the ultimate. He might just get chunked out, but Saint's over the wall. Saint found the flank on the Aurora, as Gakkos this time can finally free fire, will kill the top laner. FlyQuest trying to get members out. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far for FlyQuest. How bad does Lyon want to keep this going? The lethality Varus lands 1 Q on a Cryogen. I guess that's a win for FlyQuest, trading up 2-for-1.
It's a win in the fight, it's a loss in the map because it's now soul point for Lyon. But you understand, they're not just going to flip the game by trying to fight third Drake from a 5,000 gold deficit, so they're going elsewhere. It's unfortunate that elsewhere is a Cassante, so it takes a really long time to kill him. At the very end, though, they are able to get a lot of nice damage onto Isles thanks to Quad's charm. And then Inspired doesn't actually land an incredible ultimate, just lands it on the one, so it's not the perfect combo with Saint ulting in at the end.
Yeah, flash out, and then Dokka on the re-engage here off of, trying to go coordinate. Wait a second.
That's an empowered recall. Okay, he's out of there.
Yeah, they were trying to go for the re-engage there, and so it turns into a 2-for-1. But yeah, Dragon Soul Point is quite big because Mountain Soul Shields would be a very big difference maker here, with both teams being fairly bursty. And looking for like these thresholds for lethal. Of course, the Olaf though has been the big topic, and Death Stance being completed provides you a lot of sustain. So Gakkos, this Olaf is in a very healthy position. FlyQuest need to just play around that Olaf.
Oh, we're actually going to send it here onto Saint, but he just dashes away with the ultimate between worlds. Teleport coming in now as he rocket belts forward. Dokka has completed the TP, flashes in, exhausted up. Gakkos is holding the line so Berserker can't get in there, so Dokka's in a 1v4, but now Saint's walking up, trying to back up his top laner. Inspired now shows up. It's so hard to kill the Cassante as he will walk back to safety of the team. Nobody dies on either side.
Really weird fight there with the initial engage not working for FlyQuest, and then I'd say Dokka like flashing in for that engage when Inspired is off screen is never going to have the follow-up. He knew that he wasn't going to die, but he also wasn't really able to get much done. We're seeing a lot of durability actually on both sides of these team comps and not that much damage.
Yeah, Griffin tries to go for the Vi ult, but because it's an Aurora, they can pop the ultimate, and because nobody else is like really that close, they don't have a lot of immediate threat.
Yeah.
And then clearly something from the side of Lyon was calling for the re-engage, but all right, a flash down here and there, and nobody actually giving over the extra gold. We're still very, very much in a fairly open game state.
But I want to go back to what Thinkard had said at the beginning of the game in the interview was we need the Vi ult and the Olaf to be in range to follow up. That was, again, Griffin going way deep in the jungle, and Gakkos didn't like hit anything. Yeah, he held the line so Berserker couldn't walk forward, but we haven't really seen that yet where Gakkos is able to follow up on the big engage from Griffin.
Well, luckily for them, they do have the Guardian Angel timer well before this Dragon Soul fight.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit rough as far as Baron and Dragon Soul being on this map at the same time. Lyon can try and pull the trick where they go to the other side here and then force you to react to their objective. But with Guardian Angel on Vi, you can afford to go very aggressive. Vi, Alistar, and Olaf, trying to push in and dive for that kill on the carry.
I feel like FlyQuest has to go in for this soul point. I think if it's Mountain Soul on the side of Lyon, with FlyQuest needing to reach thresholds of durability to get kills, Soul will end the game. So
yeah, you're never killing Dokula.
I've actually appreciated FlyQuest's restraint, not flipping the game earlier than this, trying to get small incremental wins on Gakkos so that he can become a big Olaf by the end of the game. But the game's going to be decided here if they can control this space, and it's really hard for them to move in. They're still quite far behind on the game.
Little Hex Drinker here from Gakkos as well on the back of it. So going to have the extra magic damage shield to deal with a lot of the Aurora and Malphite upfront damage here. Is that going to be enough? FlyQuest, their Olaf is strong. If they can fight around him, if they can set it up.
But they just don't have control of the space, so it's likely they get engaged on first and then have to try and counter.
There's Inspired. Anytime you're walking into the Malphite, it can be scary. Griffin just flash engages here onto the backline, looks for Saint, gets knocked away with the Keeper's Verdict as Berserker's trying to hold back Quad, but in the pit goes the top laner. Watch for Gakkos. The Olaf's trying to free fire onto Dokul, but that's the only member he's hitting, and now he's about to go down! Inspired picks up the kill. The Olaf has fallen. All the gold for FlyQuest, and now it's reliant on Quad and Masu to find some carry here. Big poke from Masu, knocked back on the Quad, but no follow-up for the kill, but Saint got Masu dominating as he kills the Ezreal. FlyQuest have to back away and give the Dragon Lion win the fight.
Great flash combo from Saint. Saint is playing so much better, especially this game. Really good back-to-back stuff because Griffin tried to do a really snap play on Vi, again, without the Olaf next to him. And because Griffin goes right over the wall, uses flash, uses ult immediately onto the Aurora, they use so much of their CC, and the Olaf is pretty far back. Then when Olaf comes in, he's immune to CC, but not damage. So Inspired just ults him for damage anyways, and they kill him off. Now they're on the Baron.
And all he can hit is Dokula, who's got the Bramble Vest from the beginning. So, tough position for FlyQuest. The Baron is the next objective. There's no chance FlyQuest can get in there. Isles is holding the line against Griffin. So instead they'll just go for the kill onto Isles, take out the Poppy, and now the Baron's low. Oh, there was actually a small window there. Maybe magic could have happened, but no, it is Baron secured for Lyon.
Isles gives his life to make sure they get the Baron. Could have been a steal opportunity. I just really like everything about the way Lyon played out the extended fight here. So Saint, he doesn't get followed up upon, but then the patience here to just not give Olaf good targets. And the amount of magic damage that Saint actually manages to get onto the Olaf is really good. Procs the passive once there, continues autoing as Inspired ults in for damage. Berserker never presenting himself as the target. He's basically been almost full health in every single fight this game. So Lyon is playing really good disciplined League of Legends.
And then Saint jumped over the Dragon Pit wall, and they lost track of where the Aurora was, thinking it was a front to back. Oh, really well played by Saint. 6-0-4 on the Aurora.
And now it's desperation time. So Griffin's hoping that some squishy dude walks down here and doesn't have friends.
Only one, please.
Please, one at a time.
Okay. Oh, was he just spotted right there? No, it doesn't look like it. This is crazy.
It's a double bush stack. So they have 3 in the top bush. All right, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, Saint sees it. Oh, big chunk on Masu. One weird knee.
But you kind of have to do some stuff like that, right?
Try something.
They still don't see Griffin. Okay, now they should see him coming up here. So instead, they just full send it on Masu. 80 carries down, teleports in from the rest of FlyQuest, and now Griffin, the long con, not paying off so far, but he does get onto Berserker. Flashback from the Bears. Now Gakkos can free fire onto him. Can he finally kill the carry? He's still alive for now. CC immune, but again, not damage immune. Inspired will get that one as Lyon are crushing everybody on FlyQuest. A double kill to Inspired. As he flashes the wall for the follow-up, they'll crush the team fight.
Long death timers and a Baron buff. 28 seconds on Masu. Quad still alive with no AD carry. Might be a little tight, but Lyon is pretty close to taking this game.
It seems like this is the push. They have the Baron empowered wave. It's only an Ahri left alive with no ultimate. Has Flash and the Zhonya's. So maybe Quad finds some miracle right now, but everyone's still full health bars. Uses the stasis on Inspired's second ultimate in the fight. Flashes back to safety. No chance of survival. FlyQuest taken down again. Lyon, the team that we were promised, is showing its fangs today. 2-0 in the series.
One more game from the sweep to eliminate FlyQuest from LCS lock-in, Kobe.
And at the very end, a little kiss from Inspired. He flashes the FlyQuest logo versus his old team. One more game, Lounge. Who is going to take it?
Well, let's say you could say it's looking one way so far.
Emily, you have a thought on that one?
I have a lot of thoughts. In that I should have stuck with the prediction that production gave me instead of telling them that they got it wrong.
Sure, you should have lied.
Because it is not looking good for FlyQuest. And
yeah.
I'm going to go into a play that went horrifically wrong for them to start off. I think here they really want to be able to make a play onto Dokla. They want to be able to make this Olaf strong. And additionally, early on, Dokla did get into a really great position off of an early gank. So as we play this through, the big thing that I want people to notice is that Berserker has taken teleport. So he is in a really good spot, and he has the teleport summoner, which is going to come up very important in this team fight. As we see, FlyQuest think they're going to have this collapse. Saint is following, and most importantly, even though they get the kill onto Dokla, Berserker is already TPing in here, and Inspired is going to head up this way. So they are going to have an insane little combo here with Inspired going in, killing Gakkos immediately. Berserker's great TP, and then Saint being able to clean up this kill here. So it already
the deadly Varus TP.
did not get off to a great start. As people may know, I'm an AD carry player. I love taking TP, not necessarily for that reason, it's more for laning.
Baton pass, by the way.
We're going to do a handoff. So
Baton
Raz
pass.
can cover another good play from Lyon.
Yeah, let's just talk about Lyon just a little bit more here. I'll get into my clip. The clip that I wanted to be able to present is me. FlyQuest gets basically strangled around Drakes. And it feels like the patience that's coming through from Lyon is something that we didn't see in the beginning of the weeks. And I just want you to track on specifically Cryogen. Cryogen and how they play around Drakes, because he gets targeted with the poke comp that we have from Varus and Saint. Saint does an excellent job just basically zeroing in on where Cryogen is moving as they're getting a setup here. So when you see the movement from Cryogen coming mid, he gets chunked once more. And this happens again and again to a point where it's like, can I even enter safely? Because you can see Varus Q coming through, another E coming through from the Saint here. And it makes it really tough for Cryogen to be able to hold this space in the banana bush. And so it's getting really difficult to be able to play up against Lyon's composition. You even see Inspired walking up to kind of just decrease the slow on Cryogen, make him a little slower, easier to be able to pick apart. And so at this point, now, freeze frame, you have a situation where Cryogen is completely pushed out of the banana bush. The Ahri cannot step up.
Bet you're wondering how I got here.
Exactly. It's tough. It's a 5v5. The problem is the three are separated. So Inspired says, you know what? This is a pretty easy fight from here. So he just pulls the trigger and takes it on towards Masu, because Masu's already gotten chunked out by the Varus E. And he gets followed up on by Aurora just finishing him off. So like this, for me, was excellent patience from Lyon to recognize that they have an excellent poke comp. They don't have to pull the trigger immediately. This is something that we had criticisms toward them in the first 3 weeks. And in this game in particular, it has felt really ironed out.
Yeah, I thought they played it really, really well. Saint gets player of the game, performed excellently on the Aurora. But honestly, it just felt like a really hard draft for FlyQuest to win with.
Yeah.
I was way more of a fan of their game one draft, but obviously they went full scaling. They fought too much, they lost. Then game 2, you're going kind of this early game thing where it feels like the early game then went bad, and it just felt cooked so fast.
Yeah.
Because it never really felt like they were realistically going to be able to get onto Berserker. He was positioning really well, and you could not fight through this Cassante and this Malphite. They just didn't have the consistent damage.
Yeah, and the kind of advantage that I thought FlyQuest were going to have was going to be their coordination, because even in their losses, they did look more well-coordinated than what we'd seen from Lyon. But as me and Raz kind of pointed out in these first 2 games, they're looking so much better around the way they see the map. And most importantly, Saint and Inspired have been on the same page in so many of these team fights, and it's been a huge difference maker.
And you can already see from one perspective, yes, Lyon is doing well. From the other perspective, Fly in their last 3 series, including this one, is having a very rough time. Even in game 1 when they're trying to play scaling, a lot of the problems of not being able to play it patiently has shown up in this game, in this series. It's shown up in the last series versus Cloud9. The question is it only happening versus the best team in the league? No, it's happening consistently here.
It is, unfortunately, and they're going to have to try to turn things around with a reverse sweep if they want to be able to come back. After this, game 3 is coming up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wrench in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
is FlyQuest squad. I'm gonna give a tip, Talia. Yeah, let's see. This combo you can use only when your teammates like do CC on enemy. Like, let's say enemies here. Then if this guy gets CC, if you hit like ulti on like enemy, it's like knockback, like this. Then you can use like R and E combo, like ulti and then E, and then he already gets stunned. It's like I don't see who uses this combo, but I use, so it's gonna be good tip.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 3 of Lyon versus FlyQuest. A 2-0 lead for Lyon right now, which means everybody here at the Riot Games Arena cheering for FlyQuest. I'm going to need you to make a lot of noise in this next game, okay? Because they will need your help. Kobe, do they have a chance? Is there a shot? Can we do this?
50-50 chance.
50-50, I like
Either
that.
they win or they don't.
Only 50-50.
Honestly, though, I think there is a high chance we get a Talia in this game.
Yeah.
So maybe they can put that Talia tip to use in this very game, as mid lane has been chopped down a little bit with the Fearless pick, and Talia seems to be one of the main promising picks still up. You can hopefully combine it with a Pantheon. Pantheon's probably going to be banned, though, so we'll see.
I mean, the difference in how close Game 1 was to how close Game 2 was vast. If they can continue that difference,
trending in the right direction,
Game 3 could maybe be a win for FlyQuest, but it's not looking that good, to be completely honest. They had a burst comp against an incredibly powerful front line, and Lyon has played these games clean from start to finish. Saint, for me, is the player who's had the biggest improvement from what we saw early in 2026 to what we've seen in this series. So Lyon definitely in the driver's seat.
I'll also say Dokla has been playing his laning phase much better and having higher impact later on in the game. It's mentioned it during that game too, but the team is coming together for Lyon. The question on my mind was, when are we going to see Lyon's Claws? I think this series we are seeing Lyon's Claws, and why so many people had them ranked so highly on the preseason power rankings.
Okay, so Rumble and Bessa both still up. Talia still up as we were going over. Pantheon still up. To me, these 4 champions all sounded pretty good, and there's only 3 more bans left as we whittle it down. Yunara already off the table, so some of the bot lane priority. Well, there goes the Mbessa, so Rumble looking pretty good.
A little bit more of a Griffin ban, I feel like, getting Mbessa out of his hands. We've seen people ban it. We saw Blabber pick it away from him last week. They've done a very good job attacking Griffin in draft and in game.
I'm pretty sure Dokla, by the way, just acknowledged the signs that were in the audience there. One says pick Jace. One says don't pick Jace. Yeah, and I just, so we showed that. We showed Dokla looking at the audience. Oh, okay. I think there's a conversation happening here. He's nodding. All right. Maybe fans, reminder.
Who was he nodding to? The don't pick or the pick?
Oh, wait, that's a good point, actually. We don't know which one he was going for.
All right, well, Trundle ban here opens up tanks, so, you know, your blind pick tank looking a lot better, too. I have to say, Pantheon... Okay, there we go. All right, well, Talia still stands very, very powerful, very strong. But, yeah, Pantheon's definitely not getting through, so... Okay.
Rumble's up.
Yeah, Rumble's also up. So there's kind of 2 big picks right now that FlyQuest need to be looking at. Do they lock in the blind top for Gakkos, or do they go for neither?
I mean, generally speaking, if they don't pick Rumble, Dokla will. That's Dokla's tier list. It's Rumble, Scion, Cassante, and then the rest. So with what has happened early on in the series, Rumble is what's left, and he's going to hover the Jace at the very least.
Yeah, there we go. Is he going to do it? Everybody? Make some noise if you want the Jace. Okay, that's a lot of noise. It's a decent amount of noise. Oh!
What if you don't want the Jace? Make some noise if you don't want the Jace. I was about to say him.
Yeah, about. But Dokla doesn't know which question we asked them. All he heard was the noise when the Jace was hovered.
You can tell he was like, I need some more time to think about this. Spot, you got to pick.
Yeah.
Somebody else pick.
It's not going to be blind pick Jace at the very least, as Corki is locked in for Berserker in the bot lane.
Wait, chat, do you want Jace or no? Let's check chat too.
Yeah. We got to get everybody at home weighing in on this
and chat,
as well.
Do you want Jace?
I wouldn't mind it. I mean, Dokla used to be the Jace guy.
I was going to say, do you want it as jungle or a lane, though?
No, I mean, so here's the thing. I want it so we get a game 3. I think if Dokla plays it, it's not going to work very well.
Oh, FlyQuest, please. I love the little dark circles. It is her birthday. Reminder. There's no way we get a 3-0 on her birthday. I'm not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's possible.
I still believe. Me too. All right, let's see it. What are we cooking here? Both the champions that I mentioned have not been picked, though.
The Rumble's also just falling through.
Neither the Rumble or the Talia have been picked, and so they're going Cassio instead.
He's blind picked Cassiopeia just against Wukong Corki.
That's crazy. I mean, Quad, this is one of his comfort picks, so maybe the game plan here is like we're down 0-2, let's pick comfort.
Yeah, it's extreme comfort for him. So Cassiopeia specialist here. And with a Xin, very fearsome mid-jungle. There we go. Now we're getting him.
All right, now does Jace counter Rumble? That's the big question now. Can we lock it in here?
We're not seeing the Jace.
No.
Sorry to say. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if they do lock in this Nami to pair with the Corki to make sure they have a strong bottom lane. So the bans are going to be a little bit different in the 4-5 here since Lyon has picked AD carry support and then FlyQuest has picked their entire top side. I'm not a big fan.
Our Galio cosplayer just did the little chicken call. I like it.
That was fantastic. Okay, wait, we got a top laner and a mid laner here. Hey, nice. Are you duo? What's your win rate? Thumbs up, thumbs down? 55, I'm hearing. Okay, you know, that's a pretty good win rate if you're doing solo queue. All right, well, a couple bans now. Next up on the docket here as we're into that second phase. The Nami Corki for the bot lane means that FlyQuest can counterpick and Lyon can ban out some chimps they don't want to see down there. Nautilus first on the agenda.
Yeah, take away the point-and-click CC. I mean, Rumble comps, you gotta get a lot of good stuff to hold people on your Rumble Ultimate. They're running double AP solo laners, so whatever Dokla goes for, you know he's going to be investing heavily into magic resistance. I expect Dokla either going to be some sort of split push champ or should just be a main tank. I mean, you've got a Wukong and a Nami already on your team, provides a lot of structure, but if you have a B tier main tank, then it all kind of fits together nicely. So. And it also allows you to invest very heavily into some of that magic resistance to deal with both solo laners.
Well, they banned the Ornn. That would have been the tank boy that he would most likely play.
Galio's a good answer into Rumble, though, and still up.
One member in the audience is pretty excited about that.
Galio Wukong, good combo. Good into double AP specifically. That's why I'm not a big fan of the Cassio with the Rumble because it just allows you such easy MR itemization.
Yeah.
They could technically pro this Galio as a flex pick, but if they lock it, it should go top.
Yep, there it is. Galio locked in. The Birdio in the audience almost jumped out of his seat right there. Yeah. Yeah!
We got it.
Now, can you get Saint to use that skin? We need to use the chicken. We got to use the chicken skin
Can one
now.
of the refs on stage tap the shoulder,
Somebody
point at the
tell
chicken?
Saint we got some important information.
Yep, we need this to happen. As it's Lucian Sona locked in. Are you guys Sona believers? Her win rate in solo queue has been very high.
I will say, yeah, the diadem, the new tier item, does help a lot for Sona stocks.
I played one game of Sona, got destroyed by a Thresh. I stopped playing Sona, but the win rate has still been high across the board.
What? And despite the Kangas data?
Despite my trying my absolute hardest to lower that win rate. But with Lucian, that's an interesting one for me. I typically think of Lucian with things like the Nami. This time he's playing into the Nami with that Sona, but can provide some of that sustain that will help you survive this laning phase against Corki Nami.
I mean, I'm here for it. FlyQuest has had one unique pick in all of their drafts, trying to make things a little bit unpredictable. This is one of those picks, though, that you have to have patience with. You need to wait for Sona to get gold. But as far as this season,
I'm hearing the Birdio chants. The audience is chanting Birdio right now. I don't know if the mics are picking it up. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I don't know if Dokla heard that. Again, I'll take the heat. If a ref wants to tap him on the shoulder and tell him to, and we're not allowed to do that, blame me. But I just want to make sure we get the right skin here.
Big Dokes is the closest to the audience. So
that's a good point.
He's the most likely to be able to hear and respond.
Yeah,
and he was reading the signs.
You have to get pretty loud to get through the white noise in those headphones, though, as they're designed so that you can't hear the audience very well.
He's got a chicken suit, gang.
He's got a chicken suit, yeah. Just one little peek over. All right, here we go, though.
Oh, it's deep.
Oh,
Not
man.
not Bertio.
Bad news for the audience, as it is default Galio. Bad news for FlyQuest fans, as they are down 0-2 in this series with their backs against the wall.
The crowd is turning against Big Dogs now.
Yeah. I think we got more FlyQuest fans as the series is going on here, just because of that skin choice. But a loss means FlyQuest is done for split 1, and Lyon will advance in the lower bracket. FlyQuest have to reverse sweep this series in order to keep their tournament lives alive.
And let's take a moment now to reset the expectations for FlyQuest, because I feel like this tournament, this lock-in tournament, things kind of got out of hand with the early success that they tasted. Okay. When this team was formed, this is the youngest roster. When they're formed, the expectations, everyone says, okay, it's fine. Very low, you know, they're going to start slow. It's going to take time. I like that they're investing in young talent, and they're building for the future, as Cryogen is in pain in the present.
Yep.
But he is Sona, chugging his potion early on. Anyways, they found so much early success in their early series that then the expectations started to grow to reflect those results. And so that's why, especially these last couple of series versus Cloud9 and now Lyon, two very strong teams, people are reacting very heavily to these.
Well, bot lane's tough for Cryogen, but I want to hear from Raz, who's standing by with Rainover.
That's right. I've got Rainover with me, head coach of Lyon. First question, of course, has been, let's just talk about the Sona. Is there any surprise with the draft so far, just taking a look at it?
I mean, we were expecting them to play something like Lucian Sona because they want to have some early strength, especially picking Sinja early game and Cassie early game. So we were expecting something strong, but definitely didn't expect the Lucian Sona exactly. But yeah, we did expect, and then they just want to play a little bit more strong early game, yeah.
And you guys look incredibly clean. I mean, you guys had that one break period, of course, just like being able to scrim and work through all the problems in the first 3 weeks. My question to you is, like, what specifically are you seeing on stage that you're proud about being able to see this team perform on stage with?
I mean, I think the biggest difference is just we're just more on the same page right now as a team, because I would say the match we lost, like a lot of things that we thought it was obvious within each other wasn't really obvious when the situation changed. But recently, we've been matching our thought process better, so I think the games are looking more clean and make sense.
All right, appreciate the answers. Thank you a lot. You can head up back, and I'll send it straight back to the casters. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, always love hearing from coaches as well, and I think that he's echoing a lot of what we've been talking about. The team is coming together and playing together much better than they were in those earlier weeks from the side of Lyon.
Yeah, coordination definitely has been on display thus far. Interesting, we're actually going to have both junglers recalling Sans Crab. So both of them going back for the early buys. And now, which one are you going to go for, Mr. Inspired? Because
actually very strange.
He's resetting through mid lane. So you always do want to use your home guards to maximum effect. So you go down the lane before going into jungle. And looks like they're both heading towards the bottom half. I mean, Inspired does have his Raptors starting sooner, but we're going to all fight for it.
Yeah, Inspired also has Isles in his back pocket. Griffin's going to walk into the Raptors. Isles is still in the other bush. Griffin in a numbers disadvantage. Is it going to happen again? Can't even trade the kill. First blood to Inspired.
How?
Fool me once, chat.
Quad's going to go down too. That's a double kill.
7 times?
Double kill to Inspired.
Every game, but this is the craziest one to me because neither jungler does Crab, and he just runs into Raptors, obviously over ward, so they know that he is invading.
Inspired has Griffin downloaded, man.
That's like
he has him completely downloaded. So I want to actually go back and look at. I want to go back and look at. Did FlyQuest did Inspired know that FlyQuest had vision of his first Raptor take and know that Griffin had his second Raptor respawn timer?
We're checking. I'm
checking. Yeah, check, because that is something you can use.
Like, what is he doing?
Yeah, you can tell one of those junglers confused, the other a little disappointed. Did not work out how Griffin wanted it to.
I mean, it's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so I knew it. I knew that had to be the case.
But here's the additional thing that really messed with Griffin is at level 1, not only does Griffin ward the Raptors, but he walks past a ward that sees him warding Raptors. So So he didn't know that he was seeing Ward in the Raptors.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. If Inspired knows that you are getting there and has this extra leverage of information, and they know that you didn't see, then it's very predictable.
But it makes sense. He did the Raptor clear the first 2 games. Griffin says, I'm going to pull a fast one, steal his second Raptor camp while he's doing a crab, but completely downloaded.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you have to expect that Ward. So if you're going to do this, you got to go in sweeper active, because you have
to do it with 2 people.
You've been so telegraphed, exactly.
The second invade. The second invade, they had a Ward as well.
Yeah, the second invade.
Oh, we got a 1v1 top, by the way. Okay, no, never mind. Keep going.
Yeah, no, it's.
I mean, it feels like the series is why we're spending so much time on this, because it's this series. It's the last series against Cloud9. It's even the best of 3 a little bit against Cloud9.
And it's I don't know. It's when a lot of people's favorite parts about jungling are these, like, you know, the information wars, I guess. You know, wars over information result in deaths like this.
And also the fact that this was the story coming in. It's Inspired versus his old team, Inspired versus a very young jungler who just got blasted by Blabber for the last 2 series that he played against. So, like, Griffin is still, I think, showing a lot of these signs of, you know, still needing to learn a lot about how to play jungle against the top in LCS. As he started up the Dragon, the Weaver's Wall comes in from Saint. They're trying to push him off. Isles coming up as well. Cryogen and Masu are trying to link up with their jungler right now, and looks like it was a leash for Inspired for now, but Lyon aren't even going to go for it. Instead, Masu's getting damage onto Berserker, but no mana means he's going to have to back off.
That Dragon's going to reset. Actually, everyone's going to be recalling. Junglers aren't level 6 yet, so a little bit of calm there, not letting Griffin solo the Drake. It's going to mean Inspired gets a top crab for sure, because everyone on FlyQuest had to reset.
Douglas throwing up the white flag, walking back into lane already. I feel like, yeah, he's feeling it right now. Schmovin' and groovin' as Cryogen half health here, just trying to keep that wave frozen for his AD carry who had to back. And yeah, I mean, the 2 kills, it's all that Inspired's picked up so far, but he's still almost 1,000 gold lead at 7 minutes, and still just very efficient pathing afterwards regardless.
I mean, it feels like such a crazy story that has just, gotten out of control.
You should talk about what we just went back and saw again, though, because there's an update.
Again, so the ward that is put by Lyon is placed by Saint. So Saint is up there.
We're talking about the level 1 ward.
Yes, the level 1 ward, where you're like, all right, this Griffin guy, he's always coming to, you know, for Raptors, right? So it makes a lot of sense to have one of your teammates defensively ward the opening for your Raptors. So Saint places it, and as he places it, Griffin walks up. So there is a red ping on it. So FlyQuest
actually knew.
So FlyQuest know that Saint used his ward to watch Griffin go in and ward the Raptors. So you should know for sure. Inspired is not going to let you get away with that for free.
It makes it even crazier that he then went back for the reinvade without even sweeping.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just,
but just add that to the first game when he walked over a ward with his sweeper, hit the ward, knows it's a known invade. So it's weird because this is a guy, Griffin, he does have so much talent.
Yes.
Right?
Mechanically, in big teamfight moments, yes.
But honestly, even when he was playing last year in Brazil, like, good pathing, smart about the game, he's just very tunnel visioned right now on these early game moves that are costing him hugely.
And then you need to coordinate with your bottom lane too. When stuff like this is happening, you have to say, can enemy support also be here?
Yeah.
Right? And the enemy support can also be there and is there. And, you know, it was close. Yeah, Isles had to flash over the red wall, but anyways, get back to the game.
Yeah,
at present
they linked up that time. The bot lane did roam up to help out take that first dragon, so it is still a relatively even game. It's not like Lyon have like continued to push the advantage, but 2 kills early on a Wukong is still fantastic.
Yeah, and on the bright side, Masu, Cryogen doing well on the Sonolution. Interesting how Rainover said they're going to try something strong like Sonolution. I think that's more because so they have range. Because typically, I also think that Sona has incredible scaling. So, pretty big fan of the lane so far.
Ooh, they throw out the ultimate, answered by Isles. Big damage onto the Nami. They don't have the wave behind it. Griffin is coming around from the flank. Look at Isles, flashes in, and will pick up the kill secure.
Nice. They play very heavily to bottom side, force this one through. Currently, Inspired is taking the Krugs from Griffin on the top side of the map, and Griffin isn't actually staying down here to do the same. So he will lose out on 1 camp, but gets down there, gets a kill on the board for FlyQuest.
Much needed action right there. And yeah, I echo your sentiment there, Jat, that when I think of Sona, I think of a scaling support that will just get to 2-3 items. Once you get enough levels, you just buff your team so much that you'll never die. But you can also try and trade health bars with opponents and really put them in positions like that.
Yeah, and when you pair it with the Lucian is where the real magic happens here. So
your Q empowers his autos. Yeah,
Masu on the Lucian. Getting a lot of the poke damage down there for a lot of these trades and opening up the opportunity for Griffin to get a kill.
Yeah.
Despite that kill, of course, you know, Wukong's already got a Trinity Force because he had 2 kills early and he's got the camp lead on top of those kills. So.
Inspire's going to be trying to snowball this game, and he's going to be very strong. Like a strong Wukong against Lucian Sona, incredibly scary when you can dive in with Talia Galio. That's a future problem. So they're going to try and get as much of an advantage as possible while Inspired's hitting those level power spikes, because getting the first Drake and then also Griffin playing around bot side instead of playing around top side, huge improvement. Like I really feel like they need to try and play around Masu potentially carrying the game.
Yeah, that future problem you're talking about, the Wukong with the Trinity Force that's fed, also is going to have a Galio ult attached to him when he goes for the ult. So that problem is going to be a big one.
Problem.
It's a future one, but it might be a large.
It's not a now problem.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but the funny thing is, it could be a now problem, because when I think of the Trinity Force, I'm like, that's a problem now, guys. Wherever he decides to go could actually just kind of snowball the game as teleport comes in from Dokla topside. Gakkos will use his ultimate to push out the wave and go for his own reset now, so just pushing in these waves from both sides. Griffin's looking for a cheeky little lane gank.
I like this too. He used the sweeper. He knows for sure no wards in the side lane brush. Question is, like, do Berserker and Isles actually give an opening here because they just been getting pushed in the whole time? Are we going to just rush this dive? Bubbles down? Nah.
They still have the tidal wave. There's no flash on Isles, so if Encore lands, that's the signal to go.
Is it just waiting for the expect a Wukong gank down there? Because Wukong is counter jungling again.
Yep.
So,
double Krugen.
Maybe their call was, hey, it's very likely Inspired tries to use his ultimate and Trinity Force spike on us on bottom side.
Griffin will make it in time to contest. Inspired has a level up on him and the Trinity Force completed, so just jumps over the wall and is out of there.
He got there just in time to get all the gold from the baby Krugs, though, so not bad.
Oh, Masu could be in some trouble, though. Phosphorus bomb plus the rockets. Berserker's going in! It's Isles with the kill, but Masu taken down.
That's a big mistake right there while his Sona was in base, because he actually had the Essence Reaver, which is, I think, why he was feeling so strong, since Berserker was stacking the tier, didn't have Trinity Force. But Berserker had an extra player.
Yeah, ooh, as Krajan looks for the Encore right there. Saint will flash and Ghost, so 2 summoner spells used defensively.
Yeah, good and necessary flash from Saint to live here. Inspired goes on the invade.
I mean, we see that the Sona is still behind him, so this is really bold from Inspired. Can he get the solo kill onto Griffin, though? The damage is crazy! Inspired will have the backup of Saint for the 1-for-1, but now FlyQuest with a 2v1. Isles coming in, empowers Saint to walk forward. Throws out the Unraveled Earth, the Seismic Trap sidestep, with the threat of volley should be enough. Cryogen just auto to death by Saint. Lyon win the scrap at the Raptors.
Yeah, nice little force here from Inspired going in. Dokla, by the way, flashed and dead as well.
Oh.
So I don't think we caught. I think we'll have to investigate what happened there, because flash down and dying, and you see this rumble on the tower, so let's take a look here.
Gakkos hits level 11 as Dokla's trying to shove in the wave to get 11 as well.
Yeah, nice step back from Gakkos on that Justice Punch. Kind of spaced him nicely, and you see the immediate turn too, looking, he's like, you're not going to get out of here.
And now he's just in no man's land, and Gakkos is cycling his cooldowns very well. Going to time his overheat with his ultimate right there. Really perfectly done to get the kill on the
placement,
Yeah, big top diff there, big dub for Gakkos. We'll see if it turns into anything, because remember this skirmish right here, Cryogen is going to go down and be the extra kill for Saint. Started by the Force Timer from Inspired going in using his Wukong ultimate, and back to Dragon for Griffin though. This would be number 2 for FlyQuest. The objectives have been flowing in.
He has no Crescent Guard available, so if he gets piled on top of, he could be in some trouble, but Lyon are not in a position to do so. Griffin has the squad behind him.
And it's Gakkos actually who was no teleport, but was in fog. So Lyon respects the potential 5v4 and just gives up the Drake. He does have to give up a plate and a little bit of his lead to Dokla, but I think that's worth it to get the first 2 Drakes of the game with a Sona comp.
Sona also stacking up that tier, has the first item completed, and yes, it can give you some of that range and health trades in the early game. It still does scale very well, so Lyon have multiple members top side. Gakkos could be in some trouble here. Dokla taking up a lot of turret shots to set up his team for the damage. Berserker will get the kill. Actually, it's Inspired with the credit, and nobody falls on Lyon's side.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to kind of trade tower sides here, but you get the extra kill for Lyon because they invest heavily in it. They get there first, they trap Gakkos, they take down the one person on FlyQuest who had a gold lead.
As Griffin gets Seismic shoved back. Saint not going to follow up with the stun on the Unraveled Earth, but proves his point, gets some big chunk onto Griffin. As, yeah, let's see what happens with these turrets. It looks like Masu's going to get the first turret. Yeah, there we go.
It's an extra big bonus here.
Nice bonus for FlyQuest completely in this game. So unlike the first game that really felt like it got out of control after the, scheduled fight between junglers around crabs, they've recovered pretty nicely in order to control the two Drakes and have Masu and Gakkos in good positions.
The Raptor Graveyard.
I guess it's turned into the Raptor
Yeah, we're going to have to
Graveyard.
do a new stat now. There's no longer just the grub deaths, it's the enemy Raptor deaths.
It's the pre-4 minute jungle deaths.
Yes. Yes.
Concerning.
That was some great observing right there. There was no tombstone, by the way. No grave to market. Not yet. Okay.
We're working on it.
We'll get the map team on that.
All right, well, let's take a look here at the big possibilities. Inspired has level 11 and Flash ready. So rank 2 on his ulti, and we're starting the fight. Griffin takes the Hex Gate in.
Has the Crescent Guard, trying to keep himself healthy, but Inspired's over the wall. Petrifying Gaze lands this time. Big chunk onto Inspired. In comes the Galio ultimate. Quad was able to kite back with Griffin in tow. In comes the Nami ultimate. Will only knock up onto Griffin. Double taunt from Dokla, but the team has already left him. Dokla falls. FlyQuest get a kill.
Quad played that really well, getting the initial stun onto Inspired and then just knowing exactly the range of that Galio ultimate, patiently waiting to do the re-engage. It looked like Inspired would be happy with that fight. Anytime he can get the 1v1 against the Xin, he's 1,000 gold ahead of, but Quad completely dominated there on Cassio.
Oh my good, Masu. Just got giga chunked. Yeah, that was a nice look there to pick up one kill. Finally, something goes the way of FlyQuest here. Still don't have the gold lead, though. It's 1,000 in the pocket of Lyon. And Kobe, that's all Inspired still. He almost was able to take down Griffin in that moment, but just wasn't quite enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, he flashed to start that play. And so Griffin had a really good response flash. He flashes out of the Galio ult coming down. And then your Cassio and your Rumble damage there. Gakkos also on display, and FlyQuest able to keep the gold lead within reach while having the stacking dragon.
TP'd on by Dokla, though, in a 1v2, as his enemy is also getting the objective. So Herald and a potential pick here. Quad has Petrifying Gaze. Might have to hold it if you can get some big damage on this. It walks back into the seismic shove that was in the brush. Lyon pick up another kill, this time to Saint.
Just a nice TP there by Dokla, having the timer. Quad would have had to just stay under turret in that situation, but they lost track of him a little bit, and it's a very easy kill for Lyon.
Yeah, nice little flick back. I imagine he walked back into it because it was in the brush, because otherwise maybe there's a chance, maybe there's a chance that Quad's able to, yeah, you don't like how I say brush?
Midwestern accent there.
Yeah. I got long U's and O's. As Inspired goes in, big chunk out of Masu.
I mean, I still feel like this Rumble is going to be a problem. Gakkos continues to rake in money. He just got another tower on top side. Tower isolated there for Gakkos. So maybe this is Gakkos time. He's level 14 on Rumble. We've all been there in a new season when a top laner gets out of control, and the enemy top laner ends up level 20 while you're level 11.
Can magic resistance counter Rumble? I think is the question here, because Galio's going to keep building it. We already got the upgraded Merc Treads for Saint.
Oh.
And they have healing. I feel like no, actually.
Maybe
if you get fed enough on Rumble.
You know, we've got double AP on the side of FlyQuest. When we start to get some magic shred going for our side too.
Oh yeah, Bloodletter's Curse from Cassio. I could see that. Or from Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, when you even factor in Sona damage, like later the game goes, you will be adding some AP to the rest of the team. So more magic resist, the better for Lyon.
I mean, a potential soul point fight right here. They're at a pretty powerful moment with Gakkos having level 14 2 items on Masu and Berserker.
We're seeing it from Lion's vision right now. They have a flanking ward if they want to TP in for it, but everybody's already here. It's going to be a 5v5 potential at the Dragon. Weaver's Wall to cut off Gakkos and Cryogen. 3 members of Fly now in the Dragon Pit. We're going to ride in the Herald for the engage. Get on top of Quad. Inspired can get the kill. It's Berserker with the credit. Griffin, Crescent Guard to try and stay alive. Has it back up the team. Masu's free firing onto the jungler, but it's not enough damage. He gets taunted up by Dokla. Inspired still alive. Just cannot die. As finally he will go down, but Lion still running away with the team fight. Dragon secured for FlyQuest, but they will get aced here. Bubble sidestep by Cryogen, but you can't dodge all the damage. Saint will pick it up. An ace for Lion.
More objectives for FlyQuest and gold for Lion. Berserker also going to be able to farm up the plate, going to be able to take your Raptors on the way out to increase the gold gains. You got FlyQuest are just going to have to bank on rolling high on like a Dragon Steel for a Dragon Soul or something.
A lot more gold. Look at Gakkos in this fight though. He's the one that wasn't able to get involved even though he was the most fed member. Originally gets cut off by the Talia ult, and then he's like, I need to get into the fight. Let me take the portal.
Yeah.
And then flashes in afterwards. If you can't have a fight where Gakkos is able to hold this space up here and stop them from flying in, then the people that are in the Drake Pit are going to get absolutely annihilated. So just a well-played fight there by Lion, just fighting around the Fed Rumble.
Yeah, they need like a flash Sona ult to hold people for Rumble Ultimate or something. For some timings. I mean, Quad was really low already inside the pit.
Yeah.
And so Inspired just able to drive the Rift Herald into the pit. Yeah, he doesn't get the smite timing there, but then pops out, able to take down the Cassio, and the rest of Lion here, increasing the gold lead. Still though, FlyQuest are thinking, maybe we can leverage this Dragon Soul to save the series.
I almost feel like
Dragon's kind of good.
I almost feel like they need to give up a couple of them. Because I think if they fight the next one, it's toast.
I mean, it looks like they're going in onto Dokla right now. All that magic resist picked up as Quad finds Inspired as he hex-gated in. But the clone's able to get him back to safety. Griffin, this time, hey, he got a camp. He just stole the Krugs.
He did?
Yeah. Hey, it counts. You gotta count those ones. As FlyQuest are still 4,000 gold behind. So they're looking for plays, and that's something that I can say about FlyQuest confidently is that they got that fight in them, they got that dog in them. They will not stop looking for angles and looking for ways into this game. Sometimes it's to their detriment, but hey, at least you would rather have a team that will keep fighting than a team that will just do nothing.
If FlyQuest are gonna have like decent conditions to fight that Dragon Soul, they really can't get picked in the next 2 minutes. This Talia is fed. This Talia is fearsome. I mean, Saint has 8 stacks on his Dark Steel in addition to the big gold lead that he has. So you cannot let anyone get picked off by this Talia preemptively here before Dragon. You honestly don't even want anyone having to flash in the next 2 minutes before this.
I mean, Kobe, you're saying this Talia is fed. This Talia is fearsome. This Wukong is fed. This Wukong is fearsome. This Corki is fed. They're all sitting on 3 full items on the Wukong and the Corki. It's Talia that isn't completely on Void Staff yet. He may be before this fight, currently sitting on 1,100 gold. So they are sitting on some big power spikes right now.
I'll say the 8 stacks of Darksteel count as Griffin can't even get his own red buff. It's taken by Inspired right there. Now Griffin chunked out as he has to walk away. Inspired has just done this game after game after game. You get the early lead, you take away all the camps from your opponent, and now the team's on Baron.
Yeah, like this Baron Force with their item power spikes, knowing they chunked out Griffin, knowing there's no advantage. This could be the fight they need before Drake.
Turn in onto Masu, flash away, but they got onto Quad. The Cassiopeia is taken out before the fight even begins, as Masu's in some trouble as well. Both the carries are down. Lion with 2 quick picks as they use the Baron as a magnet to pull FlyQuest in. Gonna turn back under the Purple Worm.
Yeah, great instant turn there. You can tell the call already. I mean, if we get the comms listening, you know they're looking at it from the very beginning. They take down Masu. They take down the rest of them too. Nothing for FlyQuest to say about it. Baron for Lion. And 40 seconds away from Dragon Soul, just to put the cherry on top.
It's perfectly done. This Lion team is playing immaculate macro. Dokla waiting in the bush beforehand. They have the vision control. Once they walk past the ward, they just go. Inspired's leading the way along with Dokla. The Talia ult also catches Cryogen, just totally destroying them. And the crazy thing here, Kobe, we saw 3 weeks of Lyon where Inspired was just playing with the team for the first time, and they were just trying to get people on the same page. And we know that Inspired loves playing slow controlled games where his carries aren't making mistakes. Both his mid and AD are deathless this game, and they're fighting on all the right timers.
Back to the Dragon Soul fight right now as FlyQuest have one last opportunity to get back into this game. That's a flash from Quad away from the Unraveled Earth. Watch for Inspired on the flank. He's spotted by Gakkos. He's trying to get in. Has the Galio coming in on top. They knock up the Rumble. Griffin's locked down as well. Everybody turning in on Masu as he got separated from the rest of the team. The Encore to buy some space. The Equalizer goes down. FlyQuest might just be turning this one around. Masu will go down. Big damage from Berserker as the Rockets are shredding them. Saint with the flick back. Griffin goes down. Saint is godlike. Gakkos will try and trade it back at Inspired. Will get the shutdown, but a consolation prize. Double kill to Berserker and a double kill to Saint. Lyon ace the team fight.
And that's going to be the Dragon Soul as well for your reward. Lyon looking to wrap up this series. Here's another look at the start of the fight.
Yeah, deny the soul here because FlyQuest had been stacking them, but right here, it feels that, like, the way the series has been going, Kobe, it feels like Lyon should have the Dragon Soul. And watching this, they're running them down. A slight window, it felt like, that FlyQuest could maybe turn it around, but Inspired doesn't present himself as a target. Once they get Masu down, it's only magic damage left, so Saint is able to kind of face check in there, get the flick, and Berserker gets the cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, the carries are just so fed on Lyon here, able to finish it off nicely. Walk on through and, yes, deny the Dragon Soul that had been building up, and now it just feels so far out of reach.
Yeah.
It was kind of like you were hopeful before, maybe there's some little miracle we can like steal something, and it's just been extinguished.
And we are on the precipice of another 3-0 this Super Week. Lyon versus FlyQuest. If you had asked me coming into the weekend, which series do you think could go the distance? This was my obvious choice. Yeah, I think that this is going to be 5 games between these two teams. Yeah. Lyon have shown up in a huge way to shatter those expectations.
They really have, because based on what we'd seen in lock-in before this series was a very inconsistent team for Lyon. There were games where Berserker would be really fed, but there were also games where Dokla was losing lane massively, where Saint was getting picked constantly, and they didn't feel like they were playing the same game. And then on FlyQuest side, even though they have flashes of brilliance, did seem inconsistent and had just been slammed by Cloud9. So we weren't sure was going to be first 2 week FlyQuest or the FlyQuest that played against Cloud9. And FlyQuest is kind of the FlyQuest we've seen in the last 2 weeks, but mainly Lyon is playing so clean. They really have, to me, found the same page that they weren't on in the first 3 weeks, and they're looking, I mean, yes, it's just one series, but they're looking like a contender to win lock-in based off what we're seeing.
Well, with Lyon looking better, with Team Liquid looking better, Lock-in's looking spicy.
Yeah. We still have one more series tomorrow to happen with C9 versus Sentinels to see if Sentinels can keep their name in the conversation. We're talking about the future because this game looks wrapped. I mean, it's a 10K gold lead essentially here at 27 minutes in. It's going to be 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so a little breather right now for FlyQuest. But it feels like mostly time for them to think about how this game got so far out of control.
Do you know in this series, Saint right now has 28 kills and 1 death?
Yeah, I was going to say, last game I'm pretty sure he was deathless,
being
right?
game 1 where he flew under the turret.
That was the only kill that FlyQuest got game 1. They're looking for another one right now, but the Weaver's Wall blocking off the escape path. Masu throwing out the Coley, trying to get some range damage, but a teleport flank from Dokla gets onto the carry. In goes Inspired as well. The clean up from Lyon. A clean 0 for 5 ace. They don't even need the Baron. They just needed that one last team fight to close this one out. A wave is waiting for them to push in the mid wave.
They have absolutely dominated. They have changed the narrative about Lyon in lock-in. They have destroyed FlyQuest.
Lyon on the same page, and they just demolished them 3-0.
We are seeing the Fangs. Lyon take the series 3-0.
Okay, I mean, it seems like business as usual, much different than they were looking after their struggles and loss to DSG. Spam chat for who your player of the game is. Inspired did work, but I think there's arguments for Saint and Berserker here as well. Wow.
This did not go how I expected it to go. A 3-0 in that dominant of a fashion from the squad that had struggled up until this specific weekend.
they just played better as a team and as individuals. So they improved across multiple metrics here in a very quick time, which makes me super excited for the rest of this lock-in tournament. As we see Lyon will move on.
And Jat, you had mentioned it before, it's getting spicy now because who is the team that's going to challenge C9? So far they've been dominant, but there's a lot of teams now in this final push putting in an argument. It can be us, it can be Inspired on stage with the Zale.
Thank you. Here with Inspired, you just swept your old team 3-0. Was it easier than expected?
Yeah, it was easier than expected, honestly. Yeah.
So talk to me about the series, because it felt like you guys were completely dominating. It felt like we're seeing a better version of Lyon than we had seen so far in the lock-in tournament.
I think no one was inting hard, so it was quite easy to play. And I mean, I kind of know well how Griffin plays. I feel like all these new junglers, like Griffin and Kryra in the league, they are kind of trying to copy me. So it's like easy for me to predict when they are going to go for the plays and what is like in their mind or how do they want to play the game. And I think they are doing really well, but they're just a little bit too aggressive sometimes. And I think all the plays that Griffin went for in this game that kind of threw them every single game was pretty good. I think just the execution was a bit wrong. Like I think the plays that he was going for were kind of necessary, but he could have played it a little bit better and the game wouldn't be as easy for us. But I feel like every game when they made a mistake, like I just made sure that I'm strong in the game and that the enemy jungle doesn't get much gold to get back in, and the games are going to be clean. Because, yeah, I felt like if we'll make one mistake against this team, they will actually be really strong. So we had to keep our focus all the time.
Well, you guys played a really clean series. Next up, you're going to have Team Liquid. So it's kind of the battle of two teams that were surprisingly in the lower bracket, right? You know, people had you guys and TL as pretty highly ranked. How do you see your matchup against TL?
I mean, honestly, I think TL should be easier to beat than FlyQuest. I mean, TL is a team that doesn't really play meta. They play very heavily around bot, which I don't think is correct right now. And I think their series against DSG, like, they could have easily lost, but I feel like Morgan is just doing so much heavy lifting. Like, no matter what matchup he's playing, he's just winning his lane really hard. And that made the game for DSG pretty hard. So yeah, I think against Team Liquid, I will have a bit different approach to the game than I had against FlyQuest. But I think we should know how to beat them.
Well, we're going to look forward to that. Congratulations, Inspired. 3-0 dominant performance. Back to y'all at the lounge. Congrats, man.
My goodness.
I always love hearing from Inspired, honestly, just because he always has like a lot of insight in terms of how he's going up against his opponents. And I like that he also did praise while simultaneously pointing out the flaws of how Kryra, and specifically in this game, Griffin, were kind of approaching the early game.
They're just trying to copy me. And they're making mistakes along the way. Like, that is a really cool, and also, yeah, the praise, I think, is interesting, saying he had the correct idea, but like wrong execution.
Yeah.
Like, that's nice to be able to come out and say that. So it's like compliment and also do better kind of thing.
Who'd you have for Pog?
Ooh, I mean, I just had it. Player of the game, player of the series. I had both. I mean, we'll see what the tabulations are for player of the series, but for player of the game, has to be Inspired.
It's also he's also player of the series.
Yeah, okay, so it is both.
He must have won player of the game in game 3 as well. 19-3 and 24 in this series. And I mean, again, we talked about the lessons that Griffin would have had to learn from going up against Blabber. Inspired also really, really predicted exactly what he was going to do early.
And it was just the addition of everyone being on the same page, like Rainover said. The fact that Inspired is playing well is not surprising. That had been the case in the first 3 weeks. It is literally the fact that he is on the same page with the rest of the team, and also Saint's playing much better than he did before. So this team just looks like a completely different animal, and he had a full read on Griffin. So the fact that he said, you know, they're copying me, that kind of idea, I think the concept is like, hey, if you know he's going to invade, yeah, I'm going to sit right next to my camps. I'm going to sit right next to Raptors. I know the timing. I'll be there for it. So it looks like this one for the player of the game. For this one, the fans had it as mid lane Saint. So
yeah. And
honestly,
I really loved seeing Saint really rebound in this series. It felt like he was struggling a lot in their prior series, not just with linking up, but making really, in my opinion, uncharacteristic individual mistakes that I thought were absolutely shored up today. And on top of that, he looked really well coordinated with Inspired and the rest of the team. And it now means, as we take a look at this bracket, this lower matchup is going to be an absolute banger, with both Lyon and Team Liquid 3-0ing their opponents in really, really dominant fashion.
We really do have sharks in the lower bracket. This is the first time I've experienced a situation where whoever is in the upper bracket is being sent out and Sentinels is sweating, right?
Yeah.
Because like there is that series that's going to happen tomorrow, yes, like between C9 and Sentinels. And whoever loses that has to go up against Lyon or Team Liquid, who look like completely different animals. So there's a lot there. And I'm super excited. I'm surprised because like when I put in my prediction for a 3-1 Lyon, I didn't think it was going to be this lopsided.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the 1 week break that both Lyon and TL had really got them a chance to sort through all their issues.
Yeah, we talked about the roster construction. We're finally seeing that in action with this Lyon team. And as you said, though, C9 Sentinels tomorrow, we'll find out who we have for that series tomorrow as well, because that's it for us today. We will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 Sentinels.
Get them waving too.
Thank you for, oh yeah. Bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
A Lyon yet to find its claws. With pressure mounting, this would-be super team needs to find their footing now.
Actually. Gwen is here.
Yeah.
Gwen is here. I'm gonna ult in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Gwen is flanking. I have ult in 10.
Gwen no W now.
Nice. Pushed up. We can maybe end.
It's a slaughter of a game one with a 21,000 gold lead. Game one, the Lion.
Oh, use ulti, sir. I'll just use ulti like this.
Yeah, looks good.
And I'm behind
Just
them.
take it slower.
Yeah.
I'm driving with Rift into them.
They use Rumble ult already, okay?
Yeah. Look here.
Look at Cassier, no flash. Cassier, no
Yeah,
flash.
I'm joining Lumber.
It looks good. Just
Come.
keep playing slower. Keep playing slower. Corki's really far. Corki's really far.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, we're coming now. They took gate behind us.
Lucian flash.
Rumble, no flash. Rumble.
Doubling one, heal me.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, I'm going mid.
Where did Corki go? That Corki was far.
He just misplayed it.
Huh?
Take it slow. I think has flash.
I'm tanky, okay? Just keep hitting it. I'm dropping now.
They have absolutely dominated. They have changed the narrative about Lyon in lock-in. They have destroyed FlyQuest.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
GG!
We played really well. I read this guy mind. Like, he's such a rookie. Like, he doesn't give about anything. I mean, I respect that. If his support had experience to tell him what to do, if his support had experience to tell him what to do, like, they could be good. He's really aggressive. I like it.
Yeah, I think he's not bad too.
But like, they're just not connected, and they can't do that, I think, like this. Nice, guys.